Sound test 1, 2.
Hello. Okay.
Already. Good morning, testing sound 1, 2, testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, testing sound. Good morning, testing sound. Perfect. Okay.
Good morning, colleagues. Just testing the mic if it's working. Are we struggling with the quorum, honorable members? Honorable members, I'd like to declare this meeting open. May we take this opportunity for a silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. Welcome, honorable members. This is the first meeting in person, so we wish to welcome all the members, and let's also wish you everything of the best for the new year. We have had a meeting already before, but I think meeting in person is a bit different, so we welcome you. Let me also then welcome the the Deputy Minister. We do expect the Minister would be joining us at some point. So we welcome the Department, Directors Generals who are present, Deputy Minister Masimula and the rest of the Kokta family. Then we welcome the delegation from the Eastern Cape, the Deputy Chair of the House, Nkosi Matanzima, and the Honorable, the member of the department, Sistofile, the rest of the delegation, Nkosi, and the members of the various forums from the Eastern Cape. Honorable members, I'd like to table a few apologies. Firstly, we have an apology from the Honorable Tetwa, who's got a family bereavement and has asked to be excused as he's gone back home because of that challenge. And secondly, the Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi is also held up with challenges with his other public office. We then have a number of members who are held up in the traffic. The Honorable Mkhalipi has sent a message. The Honorable Direko has also sent a message. And Honorable Minister, would like you to come to join us on the front table. The Honorable Deputy Minister, we have a seat reserved for you. Welcome the Minister. As we have indicated, he was going to be joining us this morning, and welcome the Honorable Deputy Minister Liachiga. So we have Direko, we have Mkalipi, who are on their way. I assume the other members are held up similarly because there are members I know wouldn't miss this meeting for any reason, who aren't here yet. So we will move on nevertheless. Time has come for us to proceed. The Secretary and the other members of the Portfolio Committee staff who are here, thank you very much. And once again, I know that all the members here are well known now. We don't need to introduce them. But if you feel that members need to know who you are welcome to introduce yourself again as you speak. So we have those apologies noted. Then we go to the program. We have a rather tight schedule this time around, and that is more notice to the honorable members to count their words as they make inputs, because there'll be very rigid timelines for this meeting. We have the agenda, as you will notice. The first is the issue of the report from the initiation season, and then after that we'll have the address by the Minister on various matters, and thereafter we'll have the National Khoi Council who will be presenting around 11. So we hope to keep the time, and so if you feel that your inputs have been cut short, it would really be more to try and get this meeting managed so that we can achieve the best that is possible. So thank you very much. Then now, the matter that has been a source of very serious concern to the committee, the portfolio committee, the ministry, as well as the department, and the whole country as a whole, has been the challenge of the deaths of initiates, mainly manifesting in the province of the Eastern Cape. And we are aware that this concern has been on the top of the agenda for the government of the Eastern Cape and the House of Traditional Leaders, both at national as well as at the provincial level. And the Portfolio Committee undertook a visit, oversight visit, to assess the nature of the challenges that are faced by the government and various traditional leader structures in managing or reducing the deaths of initiates. We actually found that the visit was an eye-opener, with a number of weaknesses that really require our attention to try and deal with. And I am glad to see that we have now the report that is coming from the delegation led by Inkosi Matanzima, who was with us as we went through the various sites to understand the nature of this problem. I'm aware, Honourable Minister, that as Minister you got involved quite deeply in this matter and had various meetings to try and address it. We also believe that we have a contribution to make in trying to deal with this challenge. And in the course of all of this, we were able to see the level of determination of various stakeholders in fighting to prevent the deaths of the initiates. We were able to see where some of the weaknesses are arising that are making this issue a rather elusive matter to contain. Now, I think at the end, Honourable Minister, we have various suggestions that we would like to make, and we believe that nothing short of a kind of various stakeholders coming together, both from the executive, the province, as well as the portfolio committee, just to share our own observations, to try and see if we can tighten up all the loose ends that results in us having these kinds of deaths. We have said that the custom is an age-old custom that has no reason to be a source of any injuries or deaths of any of our citizens. And on that basis, we need to make sure that we take it to that point where we are able to have consequences for any wrongdoing and negligence, as well as make sure that the custom is practiced safely. In this case, we would like to then welcome the team that will be giving us the presentation. And I would like to, because it has been circulated, the presentation, there is an area of this presentation that has a long list of the various individual cases, their challenges and progress thereon, that I would like that Mrs. Tofile should shorten in his presentation and focus more on the areas that have got a lot more substantive issues that we look at. So I will guide as you move. If I think you're taking a lot of focus, I will indicate that you could summarize that and then extend or maybe delve deeper into some of the areas. So we will just work on it together. But I'm happy that you have been able to give us to the level of detail that you have on this matter. With those words, Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, may I welcome Nkosi Matanzima to introduce the report. Thank you very much.
Mandi thathe lithuba mhlawumbe ngaphambili ndibulise kuwe Minister, Deputy Ministers nawo onke amalungu abekekileyo alendlu yowisomthetho. Ndicinga uba andizukunidlela xesha kuba ndisele ndisiva okokuba nexesha esinalo ayilolo ubuthelana apho. Ndicinga uba mandinike Mr. Stofile just to go straight to the report as to save time as much as we can. Over to you, Mr.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the honorable members.
Now 15 minutes work.
I'll try my level best, Chairperson, to make it in 15 minutes. Greetings to all the members of the committee, the minister, and the deputy ministers. And for the sake of time, let me skip the background and the table of contents, the legislative framework. But let me just indicate the theme that guides us as we are dealing with customary mail initiation. We're always saying, mabaye bephila, babuye bephila, siyazingca ngesiko lethu. That is safe passage to manhood. The purpose. Chairperson, these are the crime stats that you requested us to make. By the way of summary, I can just say, with these cases, there's quite a lot of delay in the prosecution of cases, to such an extent that we'll find that some of them are still under investigation, others are filed, others are closed as undetected. But there are areas where there are some convictions. Take, for instance, if you go to the 2023 summer initiation season, there were some convictions there in Kwandengane for 6 years imprisonment, and another one which was a milestone in Mzamba, where the practitioner was fined 15 years in direct imprisonment, and another one 8 years imprisonment. That is for 2020, that was in Alfred Nzo. In our Tambo, there's quite a lot of cases that are struck out of roll. Some are struck out of roll because of incomplete investigation, others as a result of the complainants withdrawing the cases in court. I think basically that is what we have in this crime statistics report. And then if I move straight to the questions that were asked by the committee, you asked us to give us a feedback on the status of initiates that were admitted. If you look into this, all the initiates that were admitted, the reasons for admission were it's either septic circumcision, septicemia, and dehydration in all cases. But what is striking in all these chairperson and the members is that these were illegal initiation schools. And in these illegal initiation schools, when the initiation school is illegal, it's difficult to find as to who was the culprit, because you do not really get as to who was the traditional sergeant. And it's common in all these cases. With regard to the case of a councillor in Ward 5 in Majeba administrative area where an initiate passed on, we got a report from the councillor where he indicated that he visited the site with the police.
Because you're going to be jumping, so as you refer, you must also quote the slide number.
Okay, I'm in slide 19. I'm on slide 19. In that case, the councillor was Councillor Kasha from Majeba administrative area. He was informed of the tragedy in his area of jurisdiction, and he went there with the police. They were received by the Ungosumcelo, the chairperson of Umhlonhlo Initiation Forum, and the traditional surgeon was arrested on spot, and that was as a result of that, a case 3937 of Tsolo was opened. That is slide 19. On slide 20, on underlying challenges in relation to non-ownership of initiation in relation to local and district initiation fora in Alfredo, mainly what is the cause of this is the promulgation of the Traditional and Khoi Leadership Act, which the headman alleged that during the initiation season, the members of both the local and the provincial houses attend initiation programs and they are paid for sitting and traveling, whereas the headmen are not paid. As a result, they said those who are being paid must go to the initiation site. They said the promulgation of the act excluded their membership from both the provincial and the local houses. But this is not the challenge only in Alfredo, it's the challenge across the province. And then now if you move, I think it's slide number 21, where we've got a table of the incidents. For the sake of time, even here, Chairperson, I would just love to jump straight to the grand totals at the bottom. Here we're saying they had 55,341 boys that were screened. And then out of that, legal schools were 25,463 that were visited. And then illegal schools were 128. And then coming directly to initiates, out of all this number, we had, 48,045 initiates that were legal. And we had the 991 initiates that were illegal. The total number of initiates that we had in the province, this coming from the season that we're coming from, was 49,036. But now there's a key element that I would love to highlight, Chairperson, here, the number of boys that were treated on spot. This is as a result of the monitoring teams that are doing monitorings on the ground that start to work immediately when the season gets opened and then look for the boys that have got some challenges. Out of that, we had 5,472 boys that were treated on spot. And then these are the boys maybe that we should have added in the number of casualties that we had, but because of the interventions of the teams, they were saved. And then out of that, we had 101 that were seen by the general practitioners. And we had 147 boys that were admitted in hospital. And then out of that, we had 2 amputations. We had 5 cases of assault, and unfortunately, we had 29 deaths in the season that we're coming from. And then I proceed straight to slide 22. As I've already indicated, in our Tambo, we had 7 deaths. Out of those deaths, mainly the main causes of deaths were dehydration, septicemia. There were some assault cases, a case of head injury, a case of traumatic subdural hemorrhage, that is also a head injury, and then septic circumcision and head injury, and cardiopulmonary failure, septicemia, pulmonary embolism, and septic circumcision. All these boys were from OR Tambo, and there's only 1 that was legal out of 7. In Krisani, we lost 7 boys. In that one, out of that 7, only 1 was illegal. All of them were legal. But again, we find the same problem, cases of assault. But another case that was unique was the case of hanging, where it was suspected that the initiate committed suicide by hanging himself. Actually, in this district, Krisani, you had 2 cases of hanging. And both these initiates that hanged themselves were legal. Other than that, we had cases of assault, septic circumcision, multiple organ failure. I think Mr. Somaela, sitting behind me, chairperson, will maybe give an explanation, as is from the Department of Health, as to all these technical terms. And then in Amatole, which is the district that had a high number of deaths, that is slide 24, we had 8 deaths, and then all the deaths that were recorded in Amatole were legal. But we find that even there, the causes was pulmonary edema. If I can just give a little bit of explanation on this one. This initiate died on the first day of getting into an initiation school. He was screened by the department, and then he was found to be okay. But the family took him to an Inyanga, where he was given another medication. And then out of that, it is understood that he shocked out of the medication, and then this was the real cause of death. Another one in Dagana, in Stadarem, that bomber was also legal, but he was left alone, and the initiation had caught fire, and then he got burnt whilst he was still there. Others, it's pneumonia, meningitis, gangrenous penis, septic arthritis, and cardiopulmonary failure. In Nelson Mandela Bay, we recorded 2 deaths. Both were legal. Even there, the causes of death were cardiac failure, double pneumonia, and minor burns. In Jokabi, one was legal and the other one was illegal. The causes was dehydration and septic circumcision. You know, whenever we talk of dehydration and septic circumcision, there's always a case of negligence there, because the initiate should have been given water, he was not given water. Septic circumcision, it means that there was no proper management of the wound to the initiate. And then in BCM, that is Buffalo City Municipality, we had 1 death. It was also illegal. The initiate was disabled, walked with crutches. He died of pneumonia. In Alfred Nzob, both sites were illegal. The causes of death were septic circumcision and meningitis. Those are the deaths that we had in the province and the causes. And then we were also asked to do a comparison of deaths within the province. We did a comparison first of boys screened and school visited, starting from 2021 to 2024. In the winter of 2021, we screened 5,903 boys, and then we visited 8,704. If maybe Chairperson, you can allow me on this. What I can just say briefly is that this graph, what is depicting is that we are having more boys in winter, more boys in summer and less boys in winter. The graph depicts that. For the sake of time, if I can move to the next slide. Here we are doing a comparison with boys that were treated on spot and the admissions. If you can see, the number of boys that are treated on spot is increasing. In 2021, we had in summer 2,990, but in the summer of 2024, we have 5,472. This is the increase in the efforts that are put by the teams that are working on the ground, as much as the team are not matching the number, because if you can look in total, we've got 60 teams across the province, but they have to deal with 49 initiates in the province. Even the number of admissions is increasing, so meaning that we are managing to save quite a lot of boys despite the deaths that we're experiencing. And then now we are comparing the deaths for the same season, deaths versus amputations. We can say we've managed to reduce the deaths a bit, because if you look in the sum of 2022, we had 47 deaths and 7 amputations. But the season that we are coming from, we had 29 deaths and 2 amputations. But we are always saying that 1 death is 1 too many. Our target is to have 0 deaths, and that is what we're striving for. Another serious thing that we have noted here that we need to deal with, we've noticed that most of these boys, they die in the first and second week of them being in the initiation school. If you can, we can look into this. It explains that. If you look into, in 2021, in the first week, we had 18 deaths. In 2024, we had 14 deaths. In that period from 2021 to 2024, we've recorded 61 deaths. In the second week, in the period, 79 deaths, which indicates that most of the deaths are within that first period. Another thing that we have noted, which we'll explain in the last slides as to what kind of intervention we're looking at, is that most of these boys, they practice not to drink water almost about a month before they go to an initiation school, because they are of the view that for you to be a good man in an initiation school, you must not drink water. But this is despite the advocacy that we're doing. The advocacy that we're doing, it talks about safe customary male initiation protocols. Amongst the key things that we talk about in those is the drinking of water whilst an initiation and initiators in the initiation school. And then now we are saying with the proposed interventions on identified challenges. We are saying the report highlights lack of progress in finalizing criminal cases relating to customary male initiation. The justice cluster within the Provincial Initiation Task Team has resolved to treat initiation cases as priority cases. So as from the next season that we'll be embarking on, these cases will be treated as priority, meaning that they'll be given more resources and more reaction to cases so that we can speed the time. During the advocacy, the victims of initiation cases will be implored to withdraw, not to withdraw the cases, because that's another challenge that we're having. A case will be registered, and then when the initiate is okay, the parents will go and withdraw the case in court. To address the challenge of death within the 2 weeks of undergoing the practice due to dehydration, the pre-screening teams will assess the levels of dehydration of prospective initiates before granting them the approval that is to undergo initiation. The report also indicates that there is still a challenge of illegal school where illegal traditional surgeons conduct illegal circumcision. During the advocacy, parents will be advised to make use of credible traditional surgeons database that is available in screening centers. The criminal justice system will speed up cases of illegal initiation to secure convictions. This will send message to prospective parents. And then the last slide, we are saying here, the traditional leaders in their traditional council and councillors in their ward committees, committee engagement will also be encouraged to put customary male initiation program at the center stage and also be able to account for incidents related to the practice. I thank you, Chairperson. I think I've tried to manage to do the 15 minutes.
You've done very well.
Thank you.
Gosma Tanzima.
No, I think, Slam, this is the report, yes, NCOP, and therefore, if there are any questions, we will only respond on them. Otherwise, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, welcome, Honorable Mkalipi. We noted your apology. We had a team that went into the oversight visit precisely with Nkosuma Tanzima, and on our side, it was ourselves, Honorable Fagu, Honorable Sompa, Tsiu, Honorable Sols, and we went through. I think our observations out of this, in brief, was that we were met with a lot of members of the forums in every district, and we were quite impressed with the fact that there was a representation from the provincial, district, municipal, provincial government, as well as traditional leaders and some from NGOs. Everyone was prepared to work together, but they did highlight a number of things which were a problem. One of those was the fact that everyone who was participating in the program of the initiation, there was a bit of a disconnect. On the ground, is Nkosi were participating, and the traditional leaders were participating, but not all of them felt the need to come and report to the forums. And this was highlighted as being partly due to this amendment to the legislation that made traditional leaders to feel that they are not necessarily expected to participate in municipal councils. And so, because the numbers were reduced, then they felt, okay, they will not be participating. Now, as a result of this, then we started seeing what the gaps were. On the ground, the initiation program is actually, devolved to families. So it is always difficult to always know where all the initiation is taking place. And because of that, you would have expected that NKOC would actually know every one of them. Now, everything has been tried to try and make sure that Amakosi know who are involved in the initiation sites. But what we felt was the biggest problem is that in the event they didn't report, somebody need to discover. And to discover, the NKOC has to walk around. Some of the Amapuma are actually located in very difficult areas for access. So to walk into that place and back, it will take you the whole day. You might think we're really making a joke, and at some point we walked so long that we started looking as to whether you can expect one NKOC to go to that place, see what's happening there today and tomorrow, and if there's another one or two in a different part, whether anyone can reach. They're not easy to reach. And for the officials, it's even a bigger challenge. We drove from the municipal offices on tar road for 35 minutes, and then on a gravel road for another 20 minutes. And then after that, we went onto a road, only 4-bikes only could drive for about 10, 15 minutes. After that, stop the cars and start walking. You walked there for almost 30 minutes down the cliff and up the bush. So that showed us that we're expecting monitoring when there are no resources to be able to achieve that. That's one of the biggest problems, because you can't reach everywhere. So every time we asked, what's the problem? And then we're told by officials from Provincial, no, we need more resources. We didn't understand it until we got involved. So monitoring will be difficult unless we make it a responsibility of NKOC and in its traditional structures. But even for them, if they don't have resources, they won't be able to do it. So that's one set of the problems. Then, of course, we went to some of the schools and we found that the screening is supposed to be done, and there's supposed to be forms, different forms with the parental consent and everything. And the number of schools that had to be closed because we came there and we found that they didn't comply. In one of the cases, they said to us, they had some papers, but they didn't have all the papers, which makes it completely illegal. Then we said, but what about the screening? And then the traditional surgeon or nurse said to us, no, particular doctor had done the screening. Now, we happen to know the doctor, we phoned him, and we said, what happened? How come you screened and we didn't have the... And the doctor said, listen, because I do work there, people try to take my name. When I've done it, you'll see my name. If I haven't done it, you won't see my name. So it was clear that they actually created fake documentation. Then there were instances here where somebody was said to be healthy, and then they get sick on the Puma. And we found out that, in fact, the parents had actually switched. They got one who was healthy to go to the doctor and swap the papers and gave them to the one who's not well. And then, so ultimately that individual had a problem. So the long and short of it is that the systems are beginning to be implemented and they're taking roots, but if you don't monitor, you won't always know what is happening. Then there were instances where the biggest problem is the parental cooperation. And in the one instance, we actually had 4 initiates. I think this was in Provincial case. 4 initiates, and one of them dies. The 3 was supposed to give the information for the police to arrest disappeared. So neither the parents nor the fellow initiates were to be found to be able to give the information. So as a result of those, these are the reasons why you get a lot of withdrawal of cases. So our proposal, Minister, had to do with the fact that we need a joint program of information which must be outside the initiation season. Don't wait until the season starts. Starts at the beginning of the year and right through the end of the year. drumming the information of what we want people to be understanding should be done. For example, the issue of drinking water, the screening, and the issue of going to hospital. All those three things for us are very, very important. And also, people who are sick shouldn't actually go through initiation. So we need that information to be drummed throughout the year and in and out of seasons. And we need to also target the newly initiated youth, excuse me, to share the information because they've got a lot of influence. You know, one policeman stood up and said to us, we've spent time explaining to the young people how much they must drink water. They understand, they say yes, and then their peers come and they take them off that issue completely. So the question is the fashion that must be, worked on must be the new initiates and the group that's going to go in. That's why we need to concentrate, but not only just by traditional leaders, but we need to go to the sports groups and the churches and anyone who's influential must be able to send the same message. Then the issue of Amakosi needs to be addressed. The question of participation is a big issue, and I think it's going to cause us lots of challenges. We need to look at that, and that's in relation to the amendment of the Act, and that needs to be looked at. But the resources that need to be made available, if you create NKOSI to be the center of where the monitoring and the reporting has to happen at the local level, at the Nqila level, then I think we might be getting closer to that, because when you talk to Amakosi, then you get this thing, well, we don't have means to go and find out where things are, whereas we need them to hold everyone responsible in their area for that. Even then, you still have problems, because there are people who will come from outside the province who will go and set up things that without proper reporting and without proper screening and so on. But it will be much better. I think we need to close that gap as the one area. But again, I think we need to try and allow the local population and leaders to be in the forefront in driving this. Because it's a very sensitive custom. You can't come in from outside and think you can actually tell people what they should be doing. They need to be understanding it as their own culture, that people who understand it are the ones who are telling them, watch out, this is going to cause you a problem, watch out, this is what's going to cause you a problem. I'm just making those points, excuse me, Honorable Minister, because I spoke to the Minister of Health, and I said to him that we need to understand that unless we've got one body that's supporting the province, and the government, traditional leaders and NGOs also form one body, so there's one body which is the center. You don't have anyone pointing fingers at another person. You need one center. Then that center must then support the local structures, the local traditional leaders, and bring in resources and allow them to be able to move so that they can move, inspect, and inform and support, and then take people into, make people account and so on. Then that way we can get closer to solving the problem. Understanding that it's not NKOSI that is in charge completely of everything, but at least NKOSI will be respected to make a ruling on someone to say you can't be putting on a Puma here, you should have reported, we should know, so that by the beginning of the year, everybody is known who's going to be going out to the initiation. And there shouldn't be surprises, there shouldn't be things that are coming and NKOSI doesn't know. At least we can say we know here's our center of activity. So those were some of the observations that we had. And I'm making the point, dear Minister, because I think we somehow need to get to a point where we need to sit together and say what else can be done to try and take this thing forward. But our major focus was whether the Act is being implemented. We actually do see that it is being implemented. Is there enough commitment? Yes, there is. But is there a problem on the ground? Yes, there is a problem. Now, let's try and close those gaps. And that's really where we're focusing on this. So I think the nature of the report does give us a sense. Now, most of the issues relating to prosecution, you can't solve that problem. You need the cooperation of the parents. You need the cooperation. In one instance, the team informed us that there were another 4 initiates who went on to the processes, and then when some problems arose, I think one initiate died, they were no longer in the Boma, they were now with the parents who were looking after them, and so the death happened in the hands of the parents and relatives. So all those things make it sensitive, because then no one is going to go out and start saying that it's a father or it's a cousin or it's whoever who's responsible. They just take it as it's a tragic accident that has happened, but you can't go much further in terms of disciplining anybody there. So with that, I think, we need to understand that some of this negligence is not because people are intending that somebody must die. It's just that that's how they know the custom. So we need to help them to improve on how the matter, the custom is dealt with. If you look at the causes of death, there are people who would have been sick before they got there, and you'll see those with asthmas and pulmonary edema and so on. Those would have been sick anyway, irrespective of what would have happened. They should have been not even be in the initiation processing. Then you get those who have got sepsis. Now, sepsis is an operation and post-operative care. That now is a problem that gives you mutilations. Now, we need to make sure that that can be prevented, it can be dealt with. And then you've got other problems of dehydration, kidney failure, and so on. That again is education. If you've got education, you can avoid all of that without a problem. Then you've got unrelated, suicide, the people who hang themselves, the one who died in a Boma, the one who has had head injuries, subdural hemorrhage, and all of those things. That's direct trauma. Somebody attacked them. So those things are actually supposed to be out of the initiation. They've got nothing to do with it. So we can actually categorize these and try and focus very strongly on them. But at the end, I think we need a bit more resources. We need one body that helps together and coordinates. We need a lot of authority to the local traditional leaders, so that you can actually have a way of communities taking responsibility to change behavior, because this is about changing behavior and understanding of how the initiation custom goes. Those were some of the observations, and my colleagues will indicate where they would like to correct or add in this regard. Having said so, colleagues, I would like the members to express their views and then open it up so that the minister can also respond, because we would like to find a way forward as we move on. We have made those as our recommendations in this discussion. Honorable members, Honorable Van Zyl, and then Honorable Fagu.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to both the Deputy Ministers and also our Minister here this morning. It's good to be back. Chairperson, while you were speaking and you were explaining what you found when you had a boy there, but it wasn't his health certificate, it was someone else's, and whatever the case may be. So obviously there's a lot of that going on, whereby there's fraudulent activity, trying to obtain these health certificates, because as we know, you cannot actually have a legal BOMA if there is no health certificate. It brings me back to, are we not creating a gap in the legislation for the black market and for these things to happen? So again, I think we have mentioned it before, is the standardization of these things, the cost. Standardization that the surgeon, the health, the whatever, it's one cost all over. Alternatively, what I wanted to find out, and as I was sitting here, I don't actually know, is that when you have indigent boys that want to go, do they have to pay for these services? Do they have to pay for the health certificate? I mean, these are things that I think we as a committee need to look at. Thank you.
Honorable Labus Kafni, I'll come to Fagu later.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the rest of the people. Yeah, I don't have so much a question as something that I would like to propose or ask. I'm picking up, and I've listened carefully on this reporting on legal versus illegal deaths, which I understand why it's been reporting like that on certain legalized. To me, it's terrible. You know, any death is terrible, as you say. The number of deaths, although it decreased, it's still of a great concern. And out of the reporting, the reasons why some of these young men, boys died was very much linked to, as was reported, drinking water and the procedure itself. So I totally agree with what the chairperson said. One centre for support sounds good to me, but I also would like to think that the NKSC and the local government and the leaders in local communities already have a big responsibility, and I think they do fulfill it. But also to have an education program and preparing these boys, the families, I think not so much the boys, but also the mothers, not to encourage these boys to stay without water before they go for initiation, and to let them understand the role of dehydration, the difference between being a man and to try to prove, and what else is going with that can be the difference between being alive and then fulfill your dream of becoming the man that you want to be versus being dead. And I think we should, as a committee, also look into how to contribute and sort of oversee and support the leaders in these communities to do the education. Thank you, Chair.
I've changed my mind. Fago, Honorable Masi will come before you.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings to DMs and the Minister, everybody in the House. My questions or my worry is on the amputated people. What is the support they are getting after this? Are they getting counseling or what? Because at the tender age as they are, and then being amputated, what is next for their lives? Second, it will be the issue that the chair raised about, remember there are other initiation schools that we could not reach due to the fact that they are too far and the cars could not go even there. So what is the plan, or what is the DM and the minister saying about it, together with the chiefs and the collective, to say what best way they can be able to use in terms of, or organize in terms of making sure that they are not, those initiation schools must not go far as where they cannot be monitored, because in terms, especially in terms of those who are not be able, the police cannot go there. Second, they can't even get help if the city in terms of medical assistance. So what is the plan? What are you going to do? Are you going to leave it like that to say, no, it's like that, we find it like that, we can't change it? Or is there a plan that must stop all this? Thirdly is the issue of those, like you are saying, I hear the director was saying, or was saying that the issue of most of the cases are from the illegal schools. So let's say those two boys, they got that from those illegal schools. What is the loss? What are you saying about those people? Maybe, for example, on that initiate school that they went to, because they have destroyed those kids' lives. Are they bayeka, or are they arrested, or what happened? That's the clarity I want to get. Thank you.
Fago, And I'm going to request a comment if any of the deputy ministers would like to comment. Let's welcome Pala. You are here. You're going to comment before we get to the deputy ministers, and then we'll come to the minister and then close the matter. Honorable Fago.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the meeting and the minister at large. I concur, I think we have covered as well, Chair, in terms of the comments that were made when we had visited there. But there is one thing that I would like to stress in terms of a structured participation of the local state, which we may not be able to be correct to say that we did not feel it, because there are also these challenges that have to do with the traditional institution. If down to the level of the ward committees, there can be a structured way of making sure that there is this orchestrated and deliberate attempt of making sure that all the structures of the local state are participating actively in the whole activities, so that we can be able to close gaps, because monitoring is a hell of a job. I just have one question to check from the leadership as led by Umadiba. Is there any way where you contemplate suspending the custom in specific areas where there are serious problems? Because we know that it is not everywhere in the Eastern Cape, but there are specific areas that are also attributed to in the report that we can see. Do you contemplate any activity whereby you can say, let's stop for a particular period and attend to the issues? Thank you very much, Chair.
Pala, welcome.
Chair and Honourable Minister, Deputy Ministers, colleagues, members of Parliament, and all distinguished guests, good morning. First, Chair, I must apologize for arriving late, and as a direct result, I've missed the presentation from my province. As a whip of that province, I would have loved to have a look at it. But I've heard you, Chair. Thank you so much for visiting our province, and thank you so much for the report that you have given. I recall when you were the minister before, I think the Minister of Health, you did the same thing. You did visit, and you are aware of the challenges that are facing that province. And you were with us when the President then intervened and sent you in the province some years ago, and we went to Durban with the then MEC. We stated the same thing. But all I can say here is that really there are challenges. And in reality, that the government is really determined to help with a view then that those challenges are actually addressed, which is appreciated. And the helping is in the form of intervention by enacting various legislation. But there's one point, Chair, that traditional leaders kept on saying, that the institution, this custom needs to be administered where it is supposed to be administered. That is by traditional leaders themselves. And traditional leaders are very, very happy to work with, hand in glove with the government, hence the support. If you have seen in the years in the Eastern Cape, it was worse before. In 2016, when there was that legislation which, in a way, provided that the institution should be in charge, where the chair of the House of Traditional Leaders in the Eastern Cape was the chairperson of the provincial structure. And there was a drastic decline. It was a pointer to us that really the government is on the right path. But what happened after that? This act of 2019, it then drifted away. Who is in charge of this custom? in the province? Well, is the Premier. Well, is appointee of the Premier, our Deputy Chair. And it's drifted away. And what we have already captured, I think the others have captured, which we found on the way, is that traditional leaders, those that are on the ground, called headmen in the Eastern Cape, have been taken away. They are not part of the House of Traditional Leaders. They are not part of the local houses. And they were very, very helpful in respect of when Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act, because they were participating at that level. And they were very, very helpful in actually addressing this issue. All I'm saying, Chair, is that there is really a need then that we need to really find one another on this matter. And fortunately, the traditional leaders are really amenable that we can meet with our government with a view to address these issues, to overhaul all pieces of legislation that you must monitor, so that necessary amendments can be effected. Because from where we come from, no custom can beget any injury, let alone death. In the Eastern Cape, you would see that those that are in the Maluti Mountain, for instance, Chris, that is Joe Gabi area, Matatiel and Old Mount Fletcher area, you'll see in the statistics that death is an exception rather than a norm. Why? One, traditional leaders and their communities themselves are in charge. There, it is entrenched. There's no way. Secondly, there, they cannot allow initiation to take place during winter season. Why? Because of the climate. We've been making the point, therefore, that in the coastal areas in the Eastern Cape, for instance, you'll see that it is hot and humid in summer. Clearly, the fact that many of them have died due to dehydration, and the point that you have made, which led to that injury that you're talking about, is precisely because of the climate conditions. The point that FAG was trying to come in, for instance, why can't therefore ban and then the initiation along the coast during summer, and then you would actually stamp out everything else. Again, and when we have all that, it means therefore that we needed therefore to amend the legislation and to make sure that everything is in place. Hence, there was a suggestion from one of our organizations there that there is a need for a really serious indaba on this question, and we're happy that our minister has been to the province to consult on this issue. We hope then that at the end we'll find each other with a view then that really will stamp out this. Thank you, Chair. And I may indicate then that should you need any further, I think, especially from the organizational point of view, we would be amenable to submit even their point of view in this matter. As you quite correctly hit the ground and found those challenges, which I can confirm you were correct in reporting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've sent you the presentation on your WhatsApp, so if you missed it, I've sent it to you. All right. Deputy Ministers, any?
Chair.
Ikhona yokuthetha pha.
Oh.
Ungabhekisisa nje. Ikhona yona.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, our Minister, my colleague, Khobetse, Tututu, including our support team. Well, I think, Kabazela, the report, it was just reflecting on the real issues as they confront this old age custom, which is currently facing serious challenges of existential nature, given the number of fatalities over time that have been experienced by various communities. However, I'm sure all of us, we agree that all these deaths are avoidable. It is not as though they arise out of what would have been expected. Whether you talk dehydration, as an example, it's avoidable. In fact, it's one of those stereotypes and distortions that must be dispelled because they have no basis. They are never there. It has never happened. So, equally, if you look into other deaths that could be attributed to the surgical procedure, I'm sure you'll agree with me, it's more about negligence. There is no way that you could have a properly conducted surgical procedure culminating into amputation. There's no way. The question is, what has happened between the time of the surgical procedure and the amputation? Surely something that ought to have been done has not been done. So that's negligence. So, and again, the whole of society has to play a particular role because no single family is a custodian of the custom. It doesn't happen that way. The institution of royalty, if I can put it that way, is the custodian of the custom. Now the question is, where do you locate the institution? What role does the institution play in terms of the various levels? And in the course of playing that, what instruments are in place that would enable the institution to execute that function efficiently? And as government, what is our expected role? So that ultimately we have a coherent system that pulls everyone to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. And I think that's exactly what Bulawayo is now coordinating. That's why we went to the Eastern Cape. We had the meeting with their majesties, our kings, as custodians, so that we receive a sense of counsel, guidance, leadership from our majesties. We have to meet with senior traditional leaders, headmen and headwomen, so as to ensure that the entirety of the value chain is brought together. Understanding and appreciating the dynamics in terms of the relationship. How do we make sure that there's a sense of collaboration and cooperation? And I'm sure Bulawayo will dwell much more in terms of the detail of those envisaged engagements. So from where we are sitting, Honorable Chair, I think as Dududu has captured it, that there is determination on the part of government to intervene, assist, provide any and every support necessary to make sure that we achieve zero death in every initiation season, starting from the winter season, including the summer season. We're starting planning now. And we will make sure that we do everything, we pull all the strings to work with everybody, especially at the level of communities, because where men in particular in every community do what is expected of them in terms of the custom, where traditional leaders of all levels provide leadership and guidance. And at the heart of it, as you know, Kabazele, we can say everything and anything, but at the heart of it, the role of the families becomes critical. So the activation of those social institutions of our civil society, starting with the family, becomes critical. You can't allow a situation where, as the father, you kind of cede your parental role and responsibility to a traditional nurse in Kangat. You can't do that. Although, as a family, you have nominated this person to be Ikangata, but you also have to be there to make sure that you monitor every day, especially the first 7 days. Because it is only during that time that is most critical. Thereafter, the initiate is home and dry. So with those comments, I think we should actually say, with what we have done thus far, from a planning point of view, we are more than confident and convinced that we will make a significant dent working together with the leadership of the provincial house, the local houses, and the entirety of the value chain within the institution of traditional leadership and the non-statutory structural organizations within the institution of traditional leadership. All of us working together, we will definitely achieve the expected outcome. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yajiga. You, yes, please.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and a very good morning to Bulawayo, Honorable Minister, my colleague Chawe, leaders of the province from royalty that are part of this meeting, including honorable members of the committee. I just want to say, Kabazela, that firstly, at your level, I believe very strongly that you have not been interacting with this matter for the first time. At two levels of your public responsibility, you have had an opportunity to interact with this matter, not only specifically for the Eastern Cape, but for the entirety of the country. The custom and the practice is not only practiced in the Eastern Cape. Many communities all over the Republic, traditional communities in the main, they do practice this custom largely, and I suppose at the level of royal leaders managed by the National House, they do have platforms and sessions of information sharing, of experiences, communicating amongst themselves, so that we can be in a better position to continue to facilitate better mechanisms on how we can learn from one another, so that this important custom of our own communities remains sacred, but most importantly, it moves with modern times. Understandably, a number of reasons that have been put forward here necessarily would suggest an understanding that there seems to be a much more complex structure and a system that diverts the actual management of this custom from where it's supposed to be handled. I think it's a matter that we will have to look at it as we continue to work with the leadership of the province in its entirety, from government and as well as royal leaders, but mainly communities and as well as families, as my colleague Chawe has said. It's a very serious matter, Kabazel, that unfortunately we're sitting here talking about statistics of lives lost. And it's a matter that has to be uppermost in our endeavors and continuous understanding that it should be probably, if possible, for the last time that we would be sitting like here to basically count the number of deaths, the extent to which
Part 5 will talk to the Ministerial oversight and monitoring. Both the Minister and the Deputy Minister have visited more than 53 municipalities throughout the country, so we'll touch to that as well. And then we'll end our presentation with the recommendations. If you go to part one of that presentation, it is the overview of service delivery, challenges and interventions. And that is the colorful slide, which talks to governance, finance, and service delivery. You are very much familiar with this slide because it is more about the problem statement. Under governance, we highlight the lack of stability in some councils, which affects service delivery. We also touch on the failures in governance and political oversight as the primary cause underpinning the increase in the number of dysfunctional municipalities. We're not going to bore you with more detail on that slide because it's a slide that you know very well. Safe to say that
Can I just check, honorable members, are we following, are we together? Okay, no, that's fine, let's proceed.
we're still on the overview of service delivery
Yeah,
challenges.
just keep referring to the slide numbers as you go, it's fine, proceed though.
Okay. That is the slide that is projected right now on overview of service delivery challenges. We're familiar with this. I think in the last presentation we did dwell on those challenges and interventions. We only want to lift one part under financial intervention. And this talks to the debt owed to ESCOM and water boards. We know that this debt is very significant, but what is even more significant is the debt owed by state organs to municipalities. I think it's always important that when we deal with this part on financial viability of municipalities, we talk about debt owed to the water boards, to the creditors, but we also have to talk about debt owed to municipalities because the debt that is owed to municipalities is more significant than the debt that is owed to the water boards and ESCOM. We list all the service delivery challenges. Again, we're not going to spend time on this. This is your problem statement, which I think the majority of us in the room are familiar with. Next slide. It's always important to state the state of local government because that's what this slide does. It gives you the state of local government in 2021, 2022, the state of local government in 2022, 2023, and the state of local government in 2023, 2024. You can see, if you were to plot a graph on this slide, you will see that the number of stable municipalities is increasing, and that figure is going the right direction, and I think that needs to be acknowledged. But at the end of the day, what needs to be assessed is the lived experience of the citizens in the municipalities, not just the increase in the number of stable municipalities. If you were to do a customer satisfaction survey in all of the municipalities that were listed here, you will probably get a different answer from those citizens. So the stability is encouraging, the number is going up, but we also need to pay attention to the number of municipalities that are at risk. That number is very huge. We're talking about 161 municipalities that are still at risk, and that number is significant by any standard. What is also encouraging is the number of municipalities, distressed municipalities, or dysfunctional municipalities. That number, again, is going down from 64 to 35. And that's encouraging because it shows that the graph is going the right direction. So we are reducing the number of municipalities that are classified as dysfunctional. We are also increasing the number of municipalities that are stable. But the number of municipalities at risk is still very significant, and that's what we need to pay attention to. Next slide. Here we try to summarize the challenges, service delivery challenges by category and by province, instead of giving you a long list of projects or areas that need attention in a province. We try to summarize what we need to pay attention to. We don't want to be all over the place. In Limpopo, we all know that water is still a challenge. There's plenty of water in Limpopo, as the Department of Water and Sanitation will show you. You have dams, you have massive big dams, but the biggest challenge in that province is reticulation, taking that water from those dams, from the source to the household, and that's what we're grappling with in that province. Wastewater is still a challenge, and wastewater is not just a challenge in Limpopo, it's a challenge in the entire country, and will demonstrate to you which municipalities that the Department of Water and Sanitation has charged, and criminally so, because they are polluting the environment. And those are the municipalities that we are prioritizing for 6B. Roads and stormwater in most of our rural provinces, roads is a major challenge. In this country, we have 850,000 kilometers of road network. 50% of it is unpaved road, and these are roads that are in rural areas. Electricity is still a challenge in Limpopo. I'm not going to read all of the provinces, but I'm just trying to demonstrate to you how we summarize service delivery challenges by province, and these are the areas that we need to pay attention to in these provinces. This is not to say that other areas are not significant and they are not important for us to pay attention to. You could do the same in Northwest, you do the same in the Western Cape, Eastern Cape. We can come back to the slide. Next slide. All what we are trying to do here by color coding this slide is to demonstrate which municipalities where we have a footprint as COCTA, whether it's provincial COCTA or national COCTA. That's where we have a presence in supporting the municipalities. And there are industry-spherical measures. Remember, we do this work as COCTA to coordinate work of other departments. The bigger part of our work as COCTA is coordination. You could say that COCTA's work is coordination heavy because we coordinate work of various spheres, we coordinate work of sector departments to do what they are mandated to do. So we have a presence in all the 35 municipalities. And this is the work that we're coordinating. In some cases, we get directly involved ourselves as COCTA. Again, here is the overview of municipal budget approval. All what we are trying to do here is to showcase which municipalities have approved funded budget, which municipalities have approved unfunded budget, and which municipalities have approved funded with risk. You would have noticed that you have a big number of municipalities that have approved unfunded budgets out of the 35 that we have sampled. Now, unfunded budget is a problem because it's a beginning of a slippery slope towards mismanagement of the funds. And that's why we're paying attention to it, because it simply means that you are passing an unrealistic budget. It means that that budget is not is fictitious. All what you are telling the public and the work that you are going to do is not backed by financial resources. So we pay attention to municipalities that are passing unfunded budget. Next slide. Again, you are very much aware about the constitutional intervention 139 in particular. We do have 154, which is not an intervention, but it is a package of support that we give to municipalities. But here we're focusing on 139. We have 38 municipalities in the country that are under various 139. As you are aware, 139s are implemented in a very hierarchical manner. it is the province that needs to get there first and implement 139 before 1397, which is the national intervention, is implemented. You have to give the province an opportunity to deal with that particular matter in that particular municipality. And if by Sulagala or they are not successful, then the national department will come in. A good example is Mangaung, Inokungijima, and Likwa in Pumalanga. Those are the three national interventions that we have executed as national government. We do have a presence in Inokungijima as we speak. There is a national team that is leading there together with National Treasury. Some cases will have 1391B, which is a provincial intervention. Other cases it will be 1391A, which is directives. In some instances, it will be a dissolution, which is 1391C. You also have 1395, which is financial recovery plan, led by both national and provincial treasuries. We also thought that it's important to share with you the performance, grant performance of the municipalities up to December last year, because this is important. This is a measure of performance. These grants are there to deliver services. So if they are not performing in service delivery, it's going to suffer. So we're giving you this slide so that you get a sense of halfway, because municipal financial year ends in June. So by December, which is halfway, this is the state of performance of the MIG grant, the IUDG grant, Integrated Urban Development Grant, USDG. We thought this time around we must share with you the Urban Settlement Development Grant, which is administered by the Department of Human Settlements. That grant is not administered by ourselves. We're only administering MIG and IUDG. IUDG goes to the 9 municipalities that we refer to as intermediate cities, your middle income cities, if you like. The USDG goes to the metros. And you can see, I just want you to pay attention to the performance of the USDG. You see that the best performing municipality under USDG, these are metros. It is Buffalo City at 45.1%. It is followed by the city of Cape Town at 42.1%, then followed by eThekwini municipality at 41%, and then we have city of Ekurhuleni at 40%, and those figures are not looking good. Those are not good figures because there is a massive demand for service delivery in metropolitan municipalities. 50% of the population of this country is in metropolitan municipalities, we are told by State SA. The Urban Settlements Development Grant.
Zisho zonke
The Integrated Urban Development Grant, IUDG. MIG is the Municipal Infrastructure Grant. USDG goes to the metros, metropolitan municipalities, the 8 of them. Cape Town, eThekwini, you name them. Nelson Mandela, Buffalo City, Mangaung, they're all listed here. Johannesburg, Tswana.
usho nokuthi zenzani
Repeat that, Chair.
usho nokuthi zenzani
The grant, the Urban Settlements Development Grant, you will recall maybe just a little bit of history. It used to be part of the MIG, the Municipal Infrastructure Grant. A decision was taken around 2005 to take the component, the MIG component that goes to the metros, and it was then administered differently, and Human Settlements then took over the administration of that grant. I think it was 2011, if my memory serves me well, and I'm sure Mr. Cheney will be able to talk to that. All what it does, just like MIG, almost 50% of it is earmarked for water and sanitation. It is an infrastructure grant, if you like. The bigger part of it is to assist municipalities to deal with infrastructure. It is used to leverage funding from the private sector as well. It is a leveraging grant. It is a supplement grant. It's a Schedule 4 grant. It's not a Schedule 5 grant
unlike MIG and IUDG. That grant can be used to leverage more funding from the private sector. It is also used mainly for water and sanitation, just like MIG. The bigger part of it is for water and sanitation. They use it as well to acquire land where they want to deliver human settlements, and they use it to provide servicing of sites in some cases. So, Chairperson, maybe in the next quarter when we come back to you, we will have also to look at the non-financial performance of this grant, not just the financial performance, because what we are presenting to you now is the financial performance of the grant. The question that you may want to ask is, what does the grant buy? What is it that it buys? So if we are sitting at 40% in city of Egurulin, what did that 40% buy in Egurulin? So we can report on that. That information is available. Next slide, just to pick up the pace a little bit. Measures to address MIC effectiveness in terms of Schedule 6B. We have started a journey with National Treasury as early as 2019 to ask National Treasury to allow us to intervene directly as COCTA using one of our entities, MISA, as an implementing agent to support municipalities. Because we picked it up that municipalities sometimes do not spend the MIG grant, and there are perpetual offenders, if you like, municipalities that have been performing badly for a very long time. So we thought that it may assist us to be allowed to convert those grants from Schedule 5B to Schedule 6B, which means we are converting it from a direct grant to an indirect grant, so to speak. Treasury has granted us that, and we started piloting this in Utuga and Mfuleni, the two projects that we implemented in the last financial year, in Utukela and also Mfuleni. The number has been increased to 22 this year. This is what we have submitted. These are the municipalities that we will be targeting. And most of these municipalities are municipalities that have been criminally charged by the Department of Water and Sanitation. There's 53 of them in the country. These are municipalities that are polluting the environment because the sewer network is not working. Remember, if the sewer network is not working, it means municipalities are passing the raw sewer into the streams. And then those streams will then go into the dams. And the water in the dams will be passed to the water boards. And the water boards are going to cost the treating of water accordingly. And at the end of the day, it will be the consumers, yourself and myself, and the consumers in municipalities who are going to pay for the cost of treating water that we are polluting. So it is a vicious cycle that we are trying to deal with, because treating water is an expensive exercise. I don't know if you have noticed that the tariff increases for water have gone up significantly. And this is partly because of the pollution that is caused by the municipalities who are releasing raw sewer into the streams. So the department has taken a decision to get directly involved there. Again, we're giving you here categories of projects that we will be implementing, and the categories of municipalities, and the prioritization of services. Just to say that through 6B, we will be prioritizing sanitation, water supply, roads and stormwater, electricity services, environmental management. In the very first slide, we stated by province which areas we are going to prioritize. Here, we are stating how we are going to intervene using 6B, which is the indirect grant. Again, because we are not the only implementers, water and sanitation is also very much involved in this space. This slide on status quo on the regional bulk water infrastructure and water board, in particular WISIC, because you do have the regional bulk infrastructure grant. On this slide, all what we are trying to do is to share with you the projects that are currently being implemented by the water boards, by the Department of Water and Sanitation. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but this is just to share with you the value of those projects on bulk water and water services infrastructure projects. These are projects that are currently running. Next slide. On this slide, we talked earlier about municipalities that have been criminally charged by the Department of Water and Sanitation. And some of those municipalities are on this list. We said there's 53 of them. If you look at this list, you'll notice that you've got what they call if you notice there's a report that the department releases every second year. And that report, the Department of Water, they call it the drop report, the blue drop for drinking water, the green drop for sanitation or sewer, and the no drop for water leakages. Every year they will release a report which demonstrates which municipalities are performing well in the blue drop space, which municipalities are performing very well in the green drop space, and which municipalities are dealing well with the leakages, in this case with the no drop. For instance, eThekwini at some point was sitting at 57% of non-revenue water, which means for every water that they buy from Umgeni Water, 57% of it is lost along the way. And you can actually put a figure on that as well. Mfuleni at some point was sitting at 72% of non-revenue water. So here we're just trying to categorize the municipalities, which ones are compliant and which ones are non-compliant to the drop report. Next slide. Repeat that. Can you stay on that slide?
Honorable Mkhalifi?
Yes, Chair. To save time, Chair, the DG must also explain these GDs, BDs, and Ds, so we can follow your presentation.
You must explain what?
That's green drop, yes, blue drop, and no drop.
It's just explained that not a while back.
No. I was referring to the slides, Chair. Maybe I'm slow.
All right. That's fine. Proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. At this stage, on part 2, which is the overview of the sector support provided to municipalities, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Neville Cheney, for Stella to lead us, and that will take us to the last slide. Stella?
Okay. Thank you, DG.
We were just heckling, or you were raising a point.
I was saying you was doing well. Why don't you just finish the presentation?
You don't have favorites here. Let the DG choose the person to present. Please proceed.
No, thank you.
Lunch, Chair. They must do the work as well. Stella or Neville?
No, thank you, DG. Honorable Chair, let me stand on the existing protocol to save time. Just to continue from where the DG left off, in this particular case, the Honorable Chair, we are actually demonstrating a snapshot in terms of the support that is being provided at the provincial level, of course, I think as part of the summary. So these are some of the major projects that are currently underway in terms of upgrading of dams, for instance, and I'm not going to go through everything, but you can see the demonstration that talks to, I think, some of the major projects, which are also articulated, I think, as part of the annex charts that are there in details. So they range, obviously, from the wastewater treatment plants, as you could see. Some are obviously around the microgrids that are being implemented, like in Gauteng, for instance. In KwaZulu-Natal, there are some of the key projects as well in terms of the development of the Loam Komasi Dam, as an example. So there's really a vast, I think, projects, but there are details, I said, as part of the annexure, just to demonstrate that there are some of the medium to long-term, I think, interventions as part of the turnaround. We've also gone as far as coordinating some of the activities as well around the electricity and Energy Department or Sector Department. This is obviously part of the consultation where we look at the 360 when we go into the municipalities in terms of support. Probably of particular importance is that there's a recent announcements around the implementation of the universal access, I think, to energy, part of the effort to try and obviously increase the access to the electrification, especially to the poorest of the poor. And there are some other programs as well that energy has been seized with. We'll remember some of the old meters, prepaid as an example. So we've obviously been coordinating some of that particular work, including the indigent and as well as the free basic electricity, I think, elements, to mention a few. There's also just a broader aspect when it comes to energy, where we are involved as well as the department and driving some of these programs through the RMO. Of specific importance, I think, through Chair, is the most talked about, the willing framework that we've put in place for the municipalities, and we've also listed them out there. But also, most importantly, that touches on the pricing of electricity is the cost of supply studies as well that we've been undertaking, which basically means that we need to understand how the supply of electricity is costed, so that we're able to pass through the proper tariffs at the end of the day and not impact, I think, businesses and ordinary people on the ground. So in summary, we've done about 41 municipalities that we've consulted. We're providing 35 support to about 35 municipalities as well. We've done also baseline assessment, which are obviously 360 degrees in terms of understanding from the governance point of view within the municipality, the financial and also the service delivery as the problem statement that was articulated area as part of our baseline assessment, and therefore come up with the interventions then that talks to that. And I think that's the core, the gist of the approach, obviously emanating from the State of Local Government report.
Just repeat now those headings: wheeling PNG, BNA report, COS study. Just say that again.
Thanks, Chair. So it's a wheeling framework, which basically talks to how the power will be moved from either ESCOM or any service provider through the municipal network to the customer. So there has to be a framework around that, Chair. So there's the municipalities that we've been assisting, and this is part of the condition from the regulator in terms of NERSA. So therefore, we seized with this responsibility as Proctor to make sure that we coordinate and facilitate so there's compliance at the end of the day.
PNG?
This is the, beg your pardon, the program really around the wheeling, I think, framework that we actually come up with. So I'll actually get the PNG in terms of what it actually stands for in that particular case, Chair. But for now, I don't have that with me. And then also in terms of the COS, there's a...
That relates to the transportation of electricity through some of the lines. Depending on who owns them, who must charge for the use of the lines.
Exactly, Chair.
Yes.
So we are allowing, actually, in terms of the Electricity Regulation Act, the amendments that have been made recently. So this enables that, so that as municipalities, we are ready then to implement that particular bill at this particular point. So
the BNA report?
There's that. BNA, okay. So then there's basically the assessment tool that we're using. So that assessment tool then produces that baseline assessment. So this is just the BNA, baseline assessment report. So we're actually saying where we're actually planning some of those projects and where we've actually have closed them out in terms of the municipalities. So it means then on those municipalities, we'll have that baseline assessment report that talks to the 360 issues that I was referring to. So that's basically what it means. And then the last one then, Chair, is the cost of supply study, COS, cost of supply study. I think as I explained earlier on, what it focuses on is that how much does it cost to buy that electricity, wheel them through the municipal network to the customer. So that when you then define the pricing of that particular cost of the electricity is informed by the cost of supply study that has been done. So all these are actually the requirement to the regulator when municipalities are applying for the tariff increase informed by ESCOM. What then happens is NERSA says, do you have a cost of supply study in place? Do you have the willing framework in place? And then once you comply with those, they then proceed. You'll probably realize, I think, was it the previous year, where NERSA did not approve, I think, some of the tariffs. It was because some of the municipalities did not have the cost of supply study. So therefore, it necessitated us to be able to then respond accordingly, so to unblock that particular impasse, as it were. And then moving on, in terms of the municipalities that are supported with the DWS, blue, green, and not drop, as explained, I think, earlier on. This slide highlights, I think, with the bottom right slide, the DG has actually covered it. But what we're saying here, there is obviously corrective actions that needs to be put in place. So as COCTA, we're coordinating that and also able to assess and review some of those corrective action plans. And we're supporting all these municipalities as listed, either from the drop point of view compliance or green drop compliance and not drop compliance, and as well as the IMAPs in terms of the municipal support with water and sanitation services. And moving on in terms of the municipal performance turnaround strategy and water sanitation. So as part of the, I think, IMC, so there's obviously a coordination committee in terms of the management and the coordination of the municipal performance turnaround strategy, which obviously becomes important in terms of making sure that there's a ring fence, I think, legal entities that drives, I think, the implementation of water. I think that has been talked about, also piloted as well. So we're at the center of that just to make sure that part of the sustainable solution, I think, going forward when it comes to water is obviously through that vehicles that are being obviously put in place, which have been piloted. And obviously the institution in terms of the model should obviously decided upon by the municipalities. As you will see on the last point, it should then cover the municipal-owned, I think, utilities, the water boards, and other public entities, and as well as some of the concession agreements with the private sector, and obviously then wrapping that up in terms of the management, as it were. Some of the action prioritized, I think, service delivery support, which I think are important, maybe just for orientation. What we have from the far left, we've got the actions that we're currently implementing, and some of the timeframes indicating some of the matters that are either in progress or interventions in progress, and who's also responsible, and as well as then the status. I think the intention, of course, is to move from red, I think, to amber and then to green. So in terms of making sure that all these areas are obviously covered. So this is part of the impetus, the top 10 worst performing municipalities. So there's a structured approach in terms of getting those, I think, out of the woods. I think that's what we're trying to obviously make sure that we demonstrate as part of this slide. So from the financial support point of view, again, as you could see, there were a couple of municipalities that had unfunded mandates. So this is obviously, I think, the approach as well that is focused in making sure that programmatically we actually get those municipalities, I think, out of the woods as well in terms of the dashboards. And also we know about the negative audit outcomes. So that's why we're packaging it.
Sorry, members, these slides have been changed, so we've resent to the group the latest set. Please search for them there, but you will still follow on what is there. I'm sorry about that change.
Thank you, Chair. So my apologies. I think in terms of the negative audit outcomes, again, there's a focus program. So we actually delve deeper into the management letter, identify some of the issues that have been raised, and obviously we'll then make sure that as part of the support, there's then a response of the program in dealing with some of those issues. And we've articulated, of course, I think the actions that we're busy with against obviously the 35 the municipality, 35 municipalities, including the top 10, of course. So from part 3, dealing with the policy and legislative program support. So I think here we're trying to demonstrate that it's not only just the hard issues, but I think from the policy point of view, and as well as I think some of the bills that are aimed at improving some of the local government operations. There is obviously a couple of bills that are currently either proposed or are on the way in terms of being introduced, or they're obviously being, I think, signed off. There's a local government General Laws Amendment Bill. As an example, we've got over the dates there in terms of the date of submission and as well as the date of the introduction, I think, to Parliament as well. And obviously, what are the proposed outcome? I think that's basically the structure of the policy and legislative support measures, obviously to address the distressed municipalities at the end of the day. There's also, I think, probably of particular importance currently happening, the review of the white paper on local government. I think we've got a very core team, obviously focus on that, and we obviously anticipate then April 2026 in terms of the submission, and obviously February as well, 2026, in terms of the dates of the introduction into Parliament. So I think these are basically just key, I think, bills that are currently either underway or they have been approved, like, for instance, the Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Intervention Bill, as an example. And obviously, we're looking at March 2025 on that one. So again, it provides that comprehensive support in terms of legislative and policy support. In terms of Part 4, the Ministerial, I think, Committee on Municipal Turnaround Performance, we've basically articulated the initiative around the activation of the IMC impetus, which focuses on the top 10 priority distressed municipalities, so to give them the particular focus. And I think the approach that we've taken, obviously, these are areas that we are addressing. Obviously, they are also linked to some of the activities that are shared on the previous slide. But I think the approach here is that there be a thorough assessment of the as-is, I think, within these top 10 municipalities, of which I think is underway, and in other areas have been done in terms of those assessment. We're actually discussing Umzinyati as of, I think, yesterday with the DG and the colleagues. We've articulated, I think, all the issues per se, and therefore informed by that, then come up with some of the interventions then. So it's to that, but also secondly, the mandate that we've been given is to make sure that they are actually visited as well, so that we engage with them, which is important on the ground, so that there's an alignment and obviously integration of the work that is being done. Because what we're picking up as well as part of the assessment through Chair is that some of the activities are happening on the ground, but obviously there has to be synergies and alignment, I think, around that. But that's basically the approach in terms of the activation of the IMC. And then it obviously, I think, continues here in terms of the activities. I would not well much on that. And obviously this slide just identifies specifically those top 10. And I think, having said that, I think if you look at item number 1 on the bottom, I think, table, you can see that in terms of the milestone from September to December 2024, the short-term initiatives obviously have been done. And these are obviously covered as part of the annexure. And I think the engagement and direction from the Honourable Minister was that we need to obviously be able to demonstrate that. So indeed, then annexure covers those. The assessment has been done, but also is obviously but also what intervention have been put in place based on the gaps that have been identified, and obviously aligning the projects then, the programs that needs to be implemented as such. And medium to long term, those are obviously happening at different levels in terms of the implementation. But also, I think if you look at the annexure, there's a legend there that shows whether project, the planning, execution, or as well as maybe as a close-up stage. And we continue to monitor it so that there's a turnaround. In terms of the composition of the Interministerial Committee on Impetus, there's obviously an IMC responsibilities at the high level. Structured key portfolios that needs to be monitored as part of the implementation, so that then we're able to create a baseline and be able to monitor the implementation and therefore the turnaround. So these are some of the areas then that cuts across categories, either from the governance, financial management, or even energy, health and crime, human settlement, water and sanitation point of view, so that we're able to then, I think, manage the KPIs and therefore the turnaround, as it were. The ministerial program oversight, which I think is very critical because it talks to really the work that is obviously being done, but also the engagement by the principals at the ground level to understand the issues. Firstly, secondly, to be able to receive some of the feedback on some of the burning issues, but also to give some of the political, I think, direction and oversight on some of them. So these are the areas, of course, that the minister and the deputy minister have consulted and engaged, I think, councils on various municipalities, and obviously just to make sure that there's oversight that is provided, as I said, and obviously the support. Like, for instance, I think the DG mentioned Enoch Nkijima, there's Amatole, for instance, there's Pixley Kaseme, and the list obviously goes on, Fezile Dabi, Otugela District, and we know that there's been extensive, I think, programs within eThekwini, as an example, that are now obviously used as part of, I think, the examples in actually addressing some of the areas, obviously being mentioned as well as part of the SONA, as it were. So I think these are the really areas and obviously confirmation that it's not really just work that happens at the high level, but also on the ground, including the principals as well. In terms of the eThekwini Presidential Working Group, I think that's what has been talked about, I think, of course, and this has been very, I think, successful per se. I don't have to get into the details, but I think it's one of the work that has been done that contained about 8 work streams that were established and obviously led by the department, but also I think making sure that from the presidential, I think, working group point of view, there's some of the objectives that needs to be achieved, Chair. And again, I'm going to move for the sake of time without going into details, but these are some of the achievements there. And that then takes me to then part 6 when it comes to, I think, the recommendations and Chair, the end of the presentation, where we're requesting really the portfolio to note the Department of Cooperative Government's update on the provision and the support of the distressed municipalities as part of the turnaround. So thank you very much, DG. I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We will be ready to take... Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just to mention that one of the members of the team, Mema Pitilala, had to go back to Pretoria. There was an emergency at home. Her daughter was involved in an accident. So we had to send her back immediately. But we are all here. We are ready to take comments, questions, if there are any questions. I'll hand back to the Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Obviously, there's still a lot more to present and a lot of comments that we would like to make. However, I would like us to suspend this process and take the next item because we've already got the next team here. We will come back. This will then stand over. If we get time afterwards, we will come back to it. If not, we will still bring the department back because there's a lot of issues that the committee would like to study, and therefore we will be able to comment on it. But for now, we're going to hold the discussion for a while. Honorable members, we do have a crisis with time. I'd like to welcome the next team that's coming. Honorable Labuskachne.
Chairperson, I just want to request on the decision that you've made now, that's fine. I just want to request seriously that the presentations as presented in the committee by the department, we have to have that before the time. We've seen a presentation now that I've looked for some of those pages. I can't find it in any of our presentations. So if we go back to this discussion, we really need the presentation as presented to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This latest presentation did come late, and that is the situation. I cannot tell exactly what time it did. However, your point is noted. That's why I've actually been asking that we must resend it to you. But seeing that this is a matter that's going to be standing in front of the committee for a while, we will obviously bring it back onto the table. And when we do, we just need to make sure that the presentation, the last that gets tabled, is what we have. We should also have space to be able to interact with the amended one ahead of time. It doesn't help to only discover later that there's been an amendment. So I think between the department and the secretaries, the administration of the committee, that needs to be tightened up. We don't want surprises here. We would like to see a report that we have also processed. We wouldn't like to be at a point here where we're finding something that is coming for the first time and we have to apply our minds to it. So we apologize for that, but we'll correct it. I've just whispered to the minister that there are a few other issues that are coming through that we will still want to bring back to the committee. So we'll defer the discussion on this matter for the next available opportunity, and we'll make sure that we inform the committee. Thank you very much. I'm going to request that we do a slight reorganization of the sitting arrangements. I'd like the gentleman in the first two seats here to move over and go and welcome our guests. And as soon as they come over here, you will find your space over that side. Honorable members, we are welcoming the National Khoisan Council, Mr. Lefleur and your team. Those who can come and fit to the front here, if there isn't enough space, we'll open up. You'll give us the space there, Andile, you'll get to the next, let's move to the next slot. DDG and others will also swap and give us a bit more space. And so I would like to see the guests much closer to the front table. Yeah, I think we'll need that space. You will have those two roles all to yourselves. Deputy Minister, you are fine there. It's the team behind you that's moving. It's the team behind you that's moving. You can move across there. There's no crossing off the floor. Don't worry. You can just walk over and give us the space. Thank you so much. DDG, you will also give us your space if you don't mind. I know you've got lots of connections here which you have done. Honorable Taiposh, are you not too far away? For my own comfort, I'd like to see you closer. And if there's space there next to the freedom fighters, to the economic freedom fighters, there is space there. There is inter-party collaboration that's allowed. If you don't mind, come closer. You can walk across. There is space across there. You can move across. There is no problem with the. Is everyone accommodated? Mr. Lefleur, is your team accommodated behind you, in front of you, next to you? You sorted? All right, all right. There are empty spaces over there. Why is the department over congested? We're not charging rent for your space. Please move. All right. Excuse me. No, please go ahead. Go ahead. We'll give you the time. That space is open. You can still go over there. DG, allow your team to go across, please. Looks like they fear you. Yes, you are allowed to move over. You're causing us. Yeah, wonderful. You see now. We're not promoting you to a member of parliament. All right. Whilst there's a connection processes going on, let me at this point welcome the delegation from the National Khoi Council, led by Mr. Lefleur, and then the team will be introduced. We have here the minister who is attending this meeting on the basis that the minister and the department are today meeting with the committee. You have the members of the portfolio committee. I'll introduce them to you in the meantime. Let me start. It's easier if they introduce themselves because they are literally here to speak. And so we'll ask them to do the introduction. But just to say that the meeting, so that you are clear what's happening, the portfolio committee has invited the National Khoi Council to come and do a presentation about its activities. We will obviously all participate in the discussion because you would be aware the minister, the deputy ministers are here. We had a meeting last week. That one was the minister's meeting. And the minister ran that meeting. We were all participants because we had been interested in being part of that meeting. But there's a slight change in focus today. We want to know who you are, what do you do, what's your role, objectives of your council, successes, failures, challenges, everything about yourselves in relation to the issues of the Khoi community. Where do you stand, what's happening, and so on. We'll then open up the discussion at that point. So we all here are raising the issues from a point of view of the committee. So I would then ask that the members should introduce themselves. Let me start from the front here.
Thank you, Chairperson. Hallo en baie welkom hier by ons in die parlement. My naam is Marina van Zyl, ek is daar van die Oos-Kaap af en ek dien op hierdie komitee van plaaslike regeringsake.
Goeiemôre, good morning. I'm Kathy Labuschagne. Ek is dien op hierdie komitee en ek is van die Wes-Kaap. I am from the Western Cape and I'm serving on the committee.
Why are you looking so shy? Why are you looking so shy?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Lendium Kalipi. I'm the member of EFF, representing EFF in this committee. I'm from KZN. Greetings, colleagues. My name is Dikiledi Direko. I am the member of the committee. Thank you.
Greetings to everybody. I am Honorable Van Wyk, originally from the Free State, and I am MP serving on this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Phumelele Ndamase, the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Please switch on the mic somewhere. There's a mic that works.
Glenn Tybosh, member of the COPTA Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Mwelo Nonkonyana, the member of parliament.
One other member who's sitting next to Ndamase is the Honorable Sompa Mathieu, who's a member of this committee. She'll be coming back just now. There are a couple of others that have sent their apologies. Honorable Buthelezi, Nkosi Buthelezi, who has apologized. Honorable Mtetwa, who has also apologized. And Honorable, Honorable Mapena, whose alternate is also supposed to be here at some point. I think those are the members. Thank you very much. I need not introduce the minister, but you obviously have met Minister of Kokta, Honorable Shabisa, the deputies, Honorable Chawe on the side, and Honorable Masimula, the deputy ministers. The directors generals, you are familiar with them, Honorable Dipofa and Changana, and then the rest of Kokta. And this side is the secretary of the committee, Ms. Kazim, and then the other members are the support team of the committee. So we will be with you for the next at least 1 hour and a couple of other minutes. By 1 o'clock, we're just about to closing. So we just wanted to feel free to tell us about yourselves. We did indicate. Let me just say that the issue arises mainly because the matters of the Khoisan community has been occupying the attention of the committee for a long time. And in particular, it has been about how a lot of those issues have not been given attention over the years, and some of them have not been adequately addressed. And also the fact that there is a bill that's been struck off the court because of certain weaknesses, and we picked up that there was a number of areas of concern from some of the Khoisan community. There are members also who have got issues that they would have liked to raise with you, and I think so from last week we would be aware there were those issues that were raised. I may as well say that we've also received quite a lot of communication that came from different leaders who have had comments about the NKSC and would like them to be shared with you. Basically, the function of the committee is just to oversee the activities of government in relation to the work that relates to the Khoisan community as a whole, and that to the extent to which you have a role to play, we would like to understand as a stakeholder what your roles are. We are aware that there are many other leaders who might wish to be consulted. We will get there, but we're not there for now. We just want to understand your side. I was present, fortunately, when there was a discussion last week, but not all the members were there. We did brief them about some of the conversation, but the conversation didn't go as far enough to what we wanted to know about the National Khoisan Council. So we're giving you that opportunity for today. Firstly, let me say as well that a committee is a committee. We deal with issues from the point of view of the committee, and so where you've got issues, you've got concerns, or you've got anything to raise, feel free to do so. We also want to prepare for support to the process of the Khoisan conference that is supposed to come from the minister, which is a slightly different process of the minister. And so we want to work together to make sure that the issues of the Khoisan community are at the center of the activities of the committee as the concerns that are being raised with us. So please proceed. I'm not sure we've got the presentation. Did you receive the presentation? Okay. Have we received the presentation? Can you just stop your bilateral and respond? Do we have?
I've seen the presentation now, Chief.
You sent it now?
We just received it.
You just received it. Okay. Honorable members, we've only just received the presentation. It will be sent to you as the process is starting here. Mr. Lefleur, at this point, now you're free to address us. Thank you very much. Please proceed. You will introduce yourself. There is a mic system there. If you can press, if you can move, fine, but if you can pick up, introduce yourself, do your presentation, everything you want to tell us. We want to hear it today. Please go ahead. Oh, yes, you've got the mic here.
Good morning, everybody. I'll just, at this stage, introduce myself. And my name is Cecil Lefleur. I am the chairperson of the National Khoisan Council.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Chair. I am Mr. Frans Krausuk, the Secretary of the National Khoisan Council.
Switch one off so the other ones can pick. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Leflier. I am a member of the Management Committee of the National Khoi and San Council. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Gauss Chantal Ravel. I'm the Western Cape representative, the Cape Flats representative on the National Khoi and San Council. I'm also the secretary on the Rooibos Trust.
Good morning, everybody. Parisek Koinkas. My name is Professor Stanley Peterson. I'm a member of the National Khoi and Council, but I'm also the deputy chairperson of the Khoi Rooibos Biodiversity Trust.
Good morning. I'm John van Rooyen. I represent the SAN on the National Khoi and San Council. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Colin Lowe. I am a member of the Khoi and San Council.
Once again, Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Ministers. Is the mic on?
Yes, it's on. Proceed.
Oh. Yeah, and also Honourable DG and members of the department, also members of the Portfolio Committee of COPTA. I want to thank the chairperson for arranging this meeting here for us today, and thank the Minister for his intervention and his support that he gave to us. We already indicated that it never happened before that a minister gives such a lot of attention to the National Khoi and Council. So thank you very much, Minister. The idea is, as the chairperson of the committee alluded to a little bit earlier, that this committee wants to know a little bit more about the National Khoi and Council. Now, the National Khoi and Council was established in 1999, but before that, even during the period of Kudesa, the Griqua people, as part of the National Khoi and Council, or rather not as part of the Khoi and San grouping in the country, because that time there was no council. So the Griqua people were very prominent during that first stages of the struggle for recognition of Khoi and San indigenous peoples in this country. So we wrote a letter to the CODESA process asking them to also include us in the negotiations, which they refused. And that forced us to reach out to the government in 1995, after the dawn of the new South Africa. And we addressed people in Parliament, but later on we got the opportunity to also meet with the then president, or the first democratic president in the country, Nelson Mandela. And so, next. After that, we succeed in getting the president, Mandela, as far as meeting with Griqua leaders, and later on also with other leaders of the Khoi and San people. And he then requested us to forward to him a memorandum wherein we focus on all the different issues that we discussed with him during that very first meeting in 1995, which we did. We will touch on that again when we come there. Then in the first structure that was established after that negotiations and after that memorandum was the Griqua National Forum, which was a body established by the then president himself. And so that body then informed him and his government that it's not only Griqua people that are here in South Africa as indigenous Khoi and San peoples, and we again wrote a memorandum to him asking him to include also the other groupings such as the Kurana, the Nama, the Cape Khoi, and the San people. And that brought us to a meeting in Uppington in 1999 where the president sent the then Minister of Justice, Vali Musa, to establish the National Khoi San Council. That council, if you look at the screen, out of that meeting, there was this, let me put it this way, the meeting requested the department to do research on these 5 main groupings. And the department then came up with proposals regarding the possible future of constitutional accommodation of those Khoisan communities. Unfortunately, there was no financial support provided by the department then in 1999 to execute these, let me call it this job. And up till now, as you can see there, there's still not any money available for the National Khoisan Council. It is at that point that I also must make it clear that the National Khoisan Council, despite all this accusations, social media reports, and etc., that accuse the National Khoisan Council members of receiving thousands of rands every month, that is not true. Ever since 1995, which is almost 29 years now, or 30 years now, the National Khoisan Council members, and I want to stress this, and I want to stress it in this committee, that not a single member of that council ever received any money from the government or from the department. The department is sitting here today, and the DG is here as well, to testify to that the department never gave money to the NKSC. They only paid for travel and accommodation. We frequently ask them, please, can't you at least pay a sitting fee to the members when they come to meetings? And that did not happen. until we are speaking here today. So all these accusations, take it with a nip of salt, they say, as ons Afrikaans sê, met 'n knippie sout. So that one, the Constitution, powers and functions, we feel that we can skip that one because we can forward that to the committee. The lack of a formal structure to serve as a mouthpiece between the late president and the Khoisan peoples urged President Mandela, already referred to that the establishment of the National Khoisan Council in 1999 in Uppington. So that one I already alluded to. And that one we can forward all that information. There you can see, just go back to that one. There's Professor Jakes Gerwel, who received the memorandum that I've referred to earlier. I'm standing there on the left in almost 30 years ago, and Mr. Lefleur here on the other side. So in that newspaper report, you can read about that memorandum.
Mr. Lefleur, are you sure you're in that picture?
Unfortunately, I must admit that it is indeed myself standing there. I wish I could have been like you see me there. But there's the main groupings: the Griqua, the Korana, the San, the Nama, and the Cape Khoi. That's 5 main groupings. There you can see it is stretched over the different provinces, and the names of the initial members of that council. A lot of them are not with us anymore, but there you can see them. Next, and then we are also accused of the fact that there was never election within the National Khoisan Council, but the department have got all the proof that there was in 2011, 5 years, in 2005 there was the first meeting where we elected new membership. How was that done? The department brought together people, the Griqua people from all over the country to a certain venue. They did the same with the Korana people, with the San people, etc. And that people then elect the new or elect new members. That happened in 2005. It happened in 2011 again. And what is different here, carry on. What is different here is that the people who were then elected was not elected as Griqua, Nama, or that. If you look there, you will see it is actually that it was in total 9 members. That is an error there. But they were elected per province, as you can see on the right-hand side. And they they were elected to represent all 5 groupings in their province, in their respective province. So sitting next to me is one of those people who were elected in that way. Mr. Kraalshoek, he's a Griqua person, but he's not elected as Griqua. And some others, Mr. Van Rooyen and etc., they were all elected during 2011. And after we did that, we then extended, with that 9 people, we extended the NKC from 21 members to 30 members. And that was the idea, to make it representative of all the groupings, because meetings were held by the department in different provinces, different venues to conduct that election. And then we said to ourselves in the department, to themselves, that now we have a representative structure. But it was not even months after that when a lot of people came forward who were at that meetings saying that they were not represented. And so that, I want to declare here that that was definitely not the truth. Next. They handed over that report to the government. And up till now, all the recommendations in that report did not materialize as we are sitting here. And that was years ago. Challenges that we encountered is a lack of funding for meetings. I alluded to that earlier. A lack of resources for research and archiving of documents, no tools of trade, no offices for the council, and everything that goes with that. Just go back again. A loss of income, that's also very important. A loss of income for working members, as they sometimes have to apply for unpaid leave to attend meetings and events. And that happened over many years, and they lost that money. But they did it in pursuit of the dream that they have, that we will eventually be recognized as traditional or indigenous communities in South Africa. No support services to arrange meetings and logistical support for secretarial services. That did not happen also. We could not have a meeting with our communities countrywide because we don't have the money to do it on our own, to pay out of our own pockets for that, and the department never ever supported us doing that. A lack of engagement, well, that is what I'm trying to say now. Broken promises made in the past by government officials to obtain budgets for the council. No communication devices like what everybody needs today, is, your computers, etc. So we also asked the department many a time before, in the different provinces, if there's a building in a town in some province, can't you avail that space to us just to establish an office for the Khoi San Council to conduct their duties, to execute their duties, to come in touch with their people, etc. But it never happened up till now. The NKC, supported by Natural Justice, that's a legal firm who just helped us, consulted with the following communities around their community priorities: the Kalahari, Oudtshoorn, Cape Flats, Uppington, Platfontein, Kimberley. We did that while they arranged that meetings. They paid for that meetings. Communities confirmed these priority areas of the NKSC. No funds from government or any department to consult with our communities. Only time COCTA assist was the consultations through the TKLA bill. Despite the above, we consulted with communities through Provincial and Khoi San structures. We have also communicated through the Eerste Nasie newspaper, First Nation newspaper, which is also a newspaper that we paid for. And then the NKC assisted the establishment of the National Khoi San Consultative Council. In 2001, the University of the Western Cape here in Cape Town assisted us to establish another body called the National Khoi San Consultative Council. It's not the same thing, it's NKCC. And that was established with the sole purpose of assisting the National Khoi San Council, to help the National Khoi San Council to connect the council to an academic institution for research and other resources, etc. Yeah, so the situation of the Khoi San people in South Africa, we did not only did a lot of work in South Africa for advancing the struggle of the Khoi San people for recognition. We also went overseas. We went to the United Nations, and we visited the United Nations many a time. Through NGO support from here and especially from overseas. And we even went as far as to encourage the Special Rapporteur on Indigenous Peoples to visit South Africa, to come and speak to the government of South Africa on the issue of and the situation surrounding the Khoi and San people in this country. And he made that visit in 2005. He promised us that he would do that, and we lobbied the government from this side to invite him, and he was invited, and he made that visit, and he made a lot of recommendations to the South African government. That recommendations is also available, and we can forward that also to the committee and to the minister, and etc. The Special Rapporteur, that's a lot of information there. We will forward that, or people can read it and then respond to that. The human rights report, I mentioned that, and that report, we would really encourage this committee, especially the minister and the department, to take notice of that report and to revisit that report. And I know that the department did respond to that recommendations, but nothing came out of it, irrespective and despite the response from the department. So that's also something that we want to focus attention on, and that is the two issues: the special rapporteur recommendations and the human rights recommendations, the Human Rights Commission recommendations. We also went to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in Africa, and we tried to also put our case to them because they deal with a lot of other issues in Africa.
Is that a new gadget? Try and manage it. Yeah. And please proceed.
Yeah, so we reached out to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and just to say that we did a lot of, made a lot of effort to carry our issues outside the borders of our country. Next. Now that the TKLA, which is no more the TKLA, we know that there's a process going on to revisit this legislation, and it became a bill again, and there's consultations that must be done. All we can do here today is to ask, please involve us also in that, so that we can also put forward our concerns with that piece of legislation. The three issues that we as the National Khoi Council are regard as very important is the land issue. We know the land issue is currently a very sensitive and heated debate in the country, but we came along right from day one claiming that we want to be part of the discussions of the land redistribution in this country. Then the geographical jurisdiction over our territories and our hierarchical leadership. What is that? Yeah, that is what is also very important for us. Yeah, then it's just that few issues there. A community may, and that is part of the Act or the new bill. So we will not go into that because we will deal with that when we come to the Act or to the bill. Yeah, so you can go past that. As far as consultation with the different communities are concerned, it is up to each member organization represented on the NKSC to consult with their constituency and then present it to the council. So that members of the council must go out, Griqua people must consult with their Griqua communities, Nama must consult with their Nama communities, etc., and come back to report and get a mandate from them, and then come to report and to debate within the council. But unfortunately, those people, those members cannot reach out to their communities because they are living far apart, and they don't, or the members don't have that financial support to do that. So there's definitely and simply not funds available to do so. Yeah, the next one. Yeah, that is also issues that that is part of the bill, and it will take too long to go through them. Carry on. Yeah, the problem statement, we will all that information we will forward to the Minister and also to the chairperson of council of the committee. How can the portfolio committee assist the NKC? The constant criticism and attacks on the NKC and its individual members have become an immense distraction from the mandate of the council. While members have sacrificed so much over decades, they have become the targets of vicious and unwarranted attacks on social media. Though we accept that individuals cannot stop them from doing so, we expect responsible members of the Portfolio Committee in particular to refrain from doing so. An open channel of communication between the committee and the council have now been established, and members are requested to make use of this channel to inquire about any subject and information is required, clarification is sought, instead of going onto social media. We are there to answer your questions. Just consult us. Fostering a new relationship between these two bodies will have a far-reaching positive outcome, and the council believes that it will only be in the interest of the people they serve to have better communication. Furthermore, the council requests the Portfolio Committee to lobby government to provide the necessary budget in order for the council to perform its functions much better. This includes administrative assistance from the department, providing tools of trade, as well as centralized office space. The council would also request assistance and support from the Portfolio Committee with regard to research and the provision of experts in areas where they are needed, people with specific knowledge that can assist us in our struggle. Regular consultation with and feedback to the committee will be extremely helpful in eradicating any misconception and misunderstanding by both parties. The council also wishes to consult with communities periodically and request the support from the committee in this regard. If that type of relationship can be created, and we can today, when we leave here, say that this meeting, the outcome of this meeting was that there will be in future a much better communication channel between the two institutions or the two bodies. There will be a much more open approach. There will be a much more professional approach, and that there will be mutual support and support, especially also from the committee to the NKC. If we can achieve that out of this meeting today, and we can refrain from going onto social media and divide our people instead of bringing them together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lefleur. I don't know, I would assume that's the presentation and that there would be only additions if when there is a discussion. So I would like to invite the Honorable Minister to make some comments on this presentation and also just to update us on the processes that he had embarked upon, seeing that we have shared the report from the last meeting, but the Minister hasn't had an opportunity to brief the committee on how this matter has been handled. We have made a lot of discussion last year about it. Honorable Minister, may we invite you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings once again to all honorable members as one did before, and in particular the leadership of the NKC. Honorable Chair, we have had the engagement because we are directly responsible for matters of the Khoi and traditional affairs. We have had engagement with the council, as we also had a background that it is questionable in terms of being a representative body of the Khoi people. And our engagement is going to culminate over the coming weekend from Friday to Sunday. We are going to have an all-inclusive national convention of the Khoi people in South Africa. We are hopeful that out of the meeting over the weekend, the matters or issues of the Khoi people will find a platform of expression. We did indicate, as the chairperson was highlighting, showing a picture of 30 years in this process of ensuring that the matters of the Khoi get a better expression. And we are hopeful, Chair, therefore, that out of the meeting over the coming weekend, there will be progress in terms of handling all issues and matters of concern to the Khoi people. We must indicate that the National Convention over the weekend has no particular interest of bringing to an end of the council, because the council had its own process and history of getting established, as it has been narrated. But due to the fact that there are voices from the Khoi people who express their views in terms of being not necessarily represented in the council, we said, let us have an all-inclusive national convention which can discuss matters of the Khoi and agree on a way forward. It will be out of that engagement, which we hope is going to be fruitful and chart the way forward in terms of a structure that will be said to be representative of the Khoi people, and engage that structure in ensuring that the issues of concern, which has been handled for many years, finally receive the solution or better expression in terms of the law and also addressing them. I think, Chair, one can comment up to that far in relation to the engagement and the process that is coming over the weekend. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me then say that we do appreciate the Minister's comment, particularly guide in terms of what processes are envisaged. Let me also say I welcome the presentation of the NKC and indicate that this is the first meeting and interaction that you have from the point of view of the Portfolio Committee. You would have picked up a lot of comments in the media. Those comments would have emanated from various individuals, some of whom might be members of this committee, because of their own knowledge and association with the Khoisan community. We haven't really had an issue that had to be on the social media as a committee, but of course we participate as individuals in various platforms. So I think we need to kind of keep that distinction because I think what's important is that what we're trying to do today is to find a way of helping to streamline issues so that as we move forward, we don't get distracted by areas where there are lots of differences which can be discussed in a particular platform. But we also want to isolate the issues that are uniting the Khoisan community in terms of what are these issues that need attention. Even though you might disagree about each other's standing representative capacity within that community, that should not derail the discussion in terms of what we want to see being addressed in relation to the Khoi and the San issues. In the last discussion we had, my summary which I gave to the committee was, I got a sense that there were three main issues that we could look at in terms of this, and they're all encapsulated in the stuff that you have tabled. The one area is around the representation or representativity of the NKC of the Khoisan population, but put it the other way, there is a need for a platform where all the Khoisan community will feel they are represented, whether that's NKC or different processes in the NKC, that's not for us. The main thing is that around the representation. Now, the minister has referred to that issue just now. So that's one issue. Then on that particular issue, that's why this discussion is going to help us, because the performance, the accusations, and all of that, that belongs to that space. Then the second issue relates to the recognition of the Khoi and the San community and its structures, and we have put here a number of issues in relation to that: hierarchical structures, geographic, jurisdictional authority, and issues of how that is defined within the TKLA legislation. Those are the issues around the recognition of the structures and the various communities, and I'm hoping that out of this we will be able to get whether is there anyone else who's got an understanding of a different stem of the Khoisan community other than the five that you have mentioned, because that's the one other thing that's also important for the committee to understand. Then on that issue, there's not generally any disagreements from what I can see, and I'm going to hear a little bit more about it as we go through this today. The third issue relates to the whole basket of rights, human rights, rights around various issues. In that case, we spoke about constitutional and statutory recognition issues. We spoke about the issues around various human rights, issues that we have raised. Then also spoke about issues of land rights, various issues of mineral rights, and you spoke about the issue of biodiversity. We haven't said much about it today, but issue of the respect and recognition of the intellectual property, community intellectual property, which is a big issue, because this is not the only one issue around rooibos. There's a few other issues. It's a big issue there again, that requires attention. And so issues of language, issues of identity, this forceful colored label issue that you are raising. So there's a whole host of those issues. And again, we are saying, whatever your differences might be, but can we find a platform that allows all the Khoisan people to focus on those issues? And then how do we deal with the issue of representation on the others? How do we deal with the issues of recognition, the issues of representation, and so on? So we're going to open up for a discussion, and as you know, members here are free to express their views, and they will be allowed to make comments, and then you will obviously respond as we go. Please prepare a little bit of a response around the issue of the rooibos. You gave me a document. Obviously, there will be a lot of interest in some of the details there, which members have raised with me, so which I think might be interesting as well. But we will be getting on to the discussion at this point. So I'm going to allow members, let me see which hands are coming up on the, all right, we're noting the various members here, and also being chairperson, I have the right also to decide that you actually look like you want to talk, even if you didn't raise your voice, even if you didn't raise your hand. So at the moment, I'll have Honorable Taiposh, Honorable Mkalipi, Honorable Van Zyl, Honorable Van Wyk, and okay, Honorable, yes, you are in. You want to come up before we, yes?
Yeah, for purpose of clarity, Chair, are we only interacting with this presentation, not the previous presentation that was made by DG and the department? That's what I want to get.
Hey, I want to get the DG out of this room so that we don't have to refer to him. We're past that point. No, we'll do that. We'll rediscuss that issue in the next platform. Yeah, we're not closed. Yeah, yeah. So, should I take your hand off now? You'll just focus on the Khoi and the San issues. No, I'll all right, that's fine then. So you'll have the opportunity. So we'll start with Honorable Taiposh. We come to Honorable Mkalipi. We come to Van Zyl, and then we come to Van Wyk, and then we go to Van Direko. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, Deputy Ministers, DDGs, and senior staff of COCTA, and honorable members, all protocol observed. Chair, I'm tired of fighting. Really tired of fighting. I just want the best thing for the Khoi and the San people going forward. So please, my approach today is, I want to say thank you to the NKSC for all the years of work that they've done. Really, they've tried. They've tried very hard. And I want to thank them. They've given up a lot. They've sacrificed a lot. They spent a lot of their own money and they were never compensated for that. So I want to say thank you for that. It's been 6 terms almost, if you talk political language. So after 6 terms, gentlemen, I think it's time for us to make some changes. I hope that you'll agree. I would like to suggest that we use the 3 days coming up to select or elect a new, more representative body, a mandated body, a body that's being mandated by the communities, because the communities will be there to take the Khoi and San nation forward. It's not about, nothing personal, not about you, 20 or 30 people anymore. It's gone way beyond that. You've had 30 years, right? And honestly speaking, and again, I'm saying, don't take this personal. You've produced nothing but a useless bill. Act 3 of 2019 is useless. Not even the Nguni traditional leadership wants that bill. It's useless. It's a waste of time and money. You've tried many occasions to pass that bill.
Sorry, Honourable Taiposh, which bill is this?
Act 3 of 2019, the one that's currently suspended.
Okay. Okay. No, that's fine. I'm just Just trying to understand who actually produced the bill.
No, they were involved in discussions. They tried. They brought the bill many times to the communities.
That's fine, proceed. But
All right.
the bill, I think, actually.
Please allow me.
No, I must
All right.
allow you. I just have to
I know what I'm
regulate.
talking. They tried to come and sell this bill to us.
Okay, look, let's just be accurate. If you say they sold it to you, that's fine. I'm just saying that, you see, they are not a legislative body.
Yeah.
So
But they
let's
had
just
input.
separate it because we're accurately
They had
speaking as
input.
members of the portfolio committee.
They were the only guys that had input to it that could sit into those discussions. Again, I'm going to come back to one important question at the end. After everything is said and done. They've done all that. They're now on the biodiversity trust. All right. They are chairpersons, they are secretaries, they are all over. All right. My one question is to the NKC. Whoever mandated them? Whoever mandated the NKC to act on behalf of the Khoi and the San people? Kokta said in a meeting, not us. Kokta said not us. So whoever mandated the NKC, the people out there, and you'll have access to those people on the 3 days that's coming up if you're going to be there, Mr. Chair and Mr. Minister. You will hear the people speak for themselves. We need to understand that the communities at large does not recognize the NKC. Why do we still trying to force this thing down? Why can't we just have an election of a consultative, properly elected, democratically elected body to represent the Khoi and the San people? Why are these people hanging on to this thing for dear life? What are they trying to hide? What are they trying to, I don't know. We need to get in there, and we are going to get in there. We need to see what happened all these years. We know you didn't get money, but there's a lot of money that was due to the Khoi and the San. There's a lot of money that was due to the Khoi and the San, even within Kokta. So we need to find out what happened, and we are going to get in there. But my question is, who mandated this NKC, all right, to take decisions on behalf of us, to sign agreements on behalf of the Khoi and San people, to appoint themselves onto boards and onto trusts and stuff like that on behalf of us? We didn't even know that there is positions open for trustees. We did not even know that. The next best thing, there's new trust, there's this trust, and there's that trust, and the biodiversity money is going in there, and 1.5% is negotiated for the Khoi and the San Nation, and 15% for the National Khoi and San Council. 1.5% versus 15%. I showed you in the book, Chairperson. So please, people, it's chance for you to allow the nation to make progress. I'm asking with a very, 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 very heavy heart. Let us please allow for an election of a proper, consultative, constituted body to represent the Khoi and the San Nation going forward in negotiations with government. Thank you, sir.
Okay. They will obviously respond to the issues. I don't want us to deal with inaccurate statements. Okay? There is no NKC that produced the bill. They participated. That was the executive that was responsible. So as a committee, we will need to put that straight. Now, the rest of the other issues are open for discussion. I want us to move towards the point of direction so that when we get to the meeting on the weekend, we have a direction that's been proposed from here. What do we say is a proposal of this committee in relation to this? Now, let me take the members through then. Let's start with Mkalipi. You pass. Okay, I'll give that to Van Sale, and then Sompa, you're on the list.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Tsompa, you want to come in first? All right, okay, wait. Now, Honorable Fonsey, you don't mind, it looks like my members are pending there. All right, please put on your mic, put on your mic.
I'm sorry, Honorable Fansel. You know, when we're in a meeting, you want to understand and follow what is here, what we're talking about. Because Honorable is speaking a lot of things that they are. Because now he's talking about MKC, who make the bill, what. It's a lot of story, money involved and all those things. So I just wanted to clarity who are those people? Are these the same people who are coming to present today that is complaining about or what? Because now when you're talking in abbreviation, we don't understand what he's talking about. Thanks.
Okay, cut off, yeah. All right, we'll allow you to proceed with the discussion, members, and the NKC will respond where they wish to respond. I've intervened on the one point, which I think is an inaccurate expression of a factual situation, which shouldn't really create any confusion. The other issues, will bring them into the context as we move on. That is fine. We brought the NKC so you can ask the questions, but we need to be fair, direct, and straight on the issues. Honorable Van Zyl, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, you know, things get like this when there's been neglect. And I think that's what's happened here. I think there's been neglect for a very long time. In recognition, there's been a gap. And I think, you know, the TKLA that was withdrawn and starting afresh might be the silver lining to what it needs to go forward. The TKLA, I know Mr. Cecil Lefleur said earlier that he wants to be part, or the body wants to be part of that. That bill is out for comment, for public comment at the moment. You must, by the 28th of February it closes, so asseblief submit your submissions, as ek nou so kan mengels. Chairperson, so that is the thing that I wanted to raise there. And then I'm confused by one slide. It says the national review of the NKC. All the provinces has been accommodated, blah, blah, blah. There's 7 points. And it says from the Western Cape, the Northern Cape, the KZN, how many? And then it says election processes took place 2005, 7, 9, and 11. Has no elections since 2011 taken place? Because I think that's also part of a lot of the frustration that happens, because that's 15 years, 16 years ago now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Van Wyk. You didn't raise your hand, Honorable Labuskaghni. I hope you are covered. Okay, I see you now want to say something, but that's fine. Van Wyk, you are on this.
Chairperson, thank you. From my side, I also just want to appreciate and welcome the report of the NKC. It's exactly what we have been calling on for since day one. When I last year when I joined the committee, that's how through Honorable Glenn Tybosh, we had a meeting on the 23rd December. And in that meeting, we specifically asked for such a report. That was the simple thing that we have asked. And I'm honestly glad that the NKC is back here. And from my side, I want to welcome that report. And I can also agree with Honorable Van Zyl. There was a lot of neglect, but not only from the NK's side, but the Khoisan nation feels neglected. They feel that the ones that they have elected to go and present them on these platforms did not do so by coming back to them and report to them. That's the simple thing here. Then they have questions around the Rooibos Trust. Who got money? And the people that received money, in what proximity is they from you? Is it family members? Are you from that same houses? They want that detail. They want to know the type of amounts that went out. So I don't think there's any hatred here. It's just they want transparency. And I really hope that this weekend, through your chairperson, that the NKC will go to the all-inclusive convention and to go and report on the trust as well. And not only the work that you have been doing, where you have started, but especially where there is money involved, go and report about it. And I think there won't be so much commotion in that convention. So from my side, I really want to appreciate and welcome that report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Direko.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to colleagues once more. I think, Chair, I've looked at the presentation, although it's a short note, a very short notice, a very short notice in terms of receiving the presentation. When one is looking at this presentation, I will first start by acknowledging the presentation that has been done and also note their frustrations that has also been raised in this particular presentation, and also note their efforts in terms of ensuring that they are recognized. And I must also indicate that when we are in this portfolio committee, we are not here to judge one another or play police on one another, but what we want is to say, what is our common objective? Our common objective is to ensure that all people are equal in our country and all people are receiving the same benefits as others. So that's what we are working on. And what I've also realized here, Chair, I think there's some contradictions in terms of the presentation, because it indicates that the structure is not formally recognized by the department. And secondly, there's no financial support from the department. On the other hand, it's just they indicate that the financial support that they get, or what support that they get from the department, is like your accommodation and transport and stuff like that. So which I believe is something that we need to work on. And in terms of the bill, I know that we are working on the bill that will be sent out, and you will be able to make your inputs in terms of what you want and also guiding the department, because sometimes we may make the bill based on what we think is best, only to realize that out there people are not happy with some of the things, elements that we put in that particular bill. So it will also be your responsibility to ensure that you make inputs on time and inputs that are going to assist you. And also on the last slide where you want assistance from the portfolio committee, I believe that we'll work on this and see how best we can work with one another. But I believe that some of the things have already been resolved, because what you've also requested is that there must be a working relationship between the committee and you. So which I believe that this is the start of what you've also wanted. And once time goes by, we'll be able to address some of the matters that are here. And as the chair indicated, some of the things as members of the parliament, we are here. But in our personal capacity, we also have our social media platform where we raise issues. So where Dikeledi as an individual raise issues, let us not confuse that particular issue of Dikeledi to the matter of the committee, because there are some things that some of us as members of the committee will take this particular decision as a committee. Then when I go out, I will just raise my view individually. So there must not be a confusion in terms of the stance of the committee versus the personal opinion or the political view of a particular person. So that's how it is. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Gosnongonya.
Chair and honorable members, good afternoon. I think, Chair, I'll be short. I must join the honorable members in thanking the leadership of NKC for the report. And I think that the honorable minister has actually tried to curtail this report quite correctly, because at the end it is apparent that there is a need for this conference of all of them to discuss the issue, and how I wish it is a success. The only point I want to make, Chair, is that this issue is affecting the institution of traditional leadership on the other hand, because the act which has been referred to as a bill by my colleague next to me has been declared unconstitutional, and on various grounds set out in that judgment. And we have been given as legislature leeway to deal with that. The meaning of that is therefore that we do have traditional and Khoisan houses of traditional leaders in terms of that act now. But there's this question that is lingering over it. Hence, I would urge the leadership really to find each other and also indicate that we once, no, we were not in the worst position in which they find themselves. We were actually in a better position than themselves. I think there's much more that needed to happen. But in our case, which I want to sponsor to the department, is that there was a status quo report that was actually crafted by experts, the researchers within the department.
Sorry, what report?
Status quo report.
Just say that again.
Status quo. Status quo report. In other words, to just indicate who are the legitimate structures of the Khoi and San, and who are the leaders, that type of thing. Because, Chair, there are many of them. I'm surprised that there's nobody here says it's a Kupaha. But I've met all of them, many of them, I'm Kupaha. I ended up being confused. So that is why, therefore, it is important to have a status quo report that will really help the situation. Otherwise, we will be forced to say, well, they must go their own way. Because we can ill afford to have houses of traditional leaders that are not legitimate, not inclusive of the Khoisan leaders, because we recognize them as part of the institution. But because of this issue, really, it is really affecting us. That's the only thing then I want to empower our ministry and our colleagues and say, I hope that all of them the best, but please go there prepared. Thank you, Chair.
All right. You know, this point you are making, I hope somebody will comment on it. I've just been sitting here listening to how everybody's been addressing, and I hear we address Bala, Tau, and Diachiga, Bulawayo. And I do know that there are members who are a bit lost. What are we talking about here? You know, we've got formal names here, but what we hearing? So some of that might be a bit confusing. So when we say now, I know Abambo Lava, and then no, actually Abambo, what Maswati Lava, no, Mazulu Lava. Those things, we do need that, but it might not mean necessarily that it deviates from this main stem. I do want, if there's anyone here who says there's another stem missed out and left out, I do want that. I want to hear that. Because we've now got down to 5 stems. Anything underneath is fine, you know, could be a Bala there or a Kabazela there, it's okay, but let's just be sure we have the same 5 stems. Was that for me is very important. For the meeting we're going to, we can't afford to miss a big stem here. But if there are things underneath, it's okay, we can manage that. So I think your point is relevant from that point of view. Now, I'm going to ask you to come in the NKC. A few things for me. Excuse me, one, let's talk about that biodiversity report. And let's talk about that 15% and the 1% and so on, because it's in the structure of the thing. Why did it come like that? Why is it? What's happened there? Then Honorable Van Wyk is saying the allocations that have gone from that. What was the total amount? You can just give us a sense, whether it's in the hundreds or of thousands or it's in millions, or just to get a sense. You don't have a formal report, but let's give a sense. And who are the beneficiaries? Are these families? Are these? So we need that to clear the air. But you have dealt with one major issue here, because the accusations about you have received money, you have put it out here. you only get money for accommodation and so on. So and I know coming here, for traveling rather, right? I know coming here we had to discuss how you should get here. There's no budget from the department that comes to you. You just get assisted on the basis of invitations and meeting set and so on. So we need to clarify that so that we can get rid of this whole sense that has there been money spent? You have already partly clarified that. Then there is the issue of any other monies involved in this whole operation, because I didn't get that as I was hearing you. Let's just get that emphasis, because we need to separate now out. There must be allegations, but there must be the basis for the allegations so that we can face the issues, okay? So that's one area that I would like you to deal with. You didn't deal too much on the issue of the biodiversity side. Then the issue that I think you must comment on, and the members are putting it differently. It's neglect, who mandated you, and so on and so on. In reality, we're dealing here with a period of from 2011 up to now. What has been your processes like? What has happened? Because that's where you're going to get a lot of that. Now we come from a 5-year cycle. After 5 years, you lose your space here. Okay, so that is ordinarily an issue of mandating. So let's take from Honorable Taipo, it's a question of mandating. From a point of view of 2011 up to now, what do you think? But from me, I would like to ask you a question. With you've done work for the 30 years. You raised the issues. You've gone all over, out of the country, and so on and so on. You realize at this point that there's a lot more awareness and activism around the Khoisan issues. Maybe that's the good work you've done over the years, but the reality is we now need to talk about, do you think that the representativity within the structure as it stands now is still adequate to address the problem of a legitimate representation? Do you think that there are areas here that need to be reviewed? So that's the part I'm interested in. Because if we deal with that question, then let's remove everything else. Let's focus on that as a principle. Even if we dislike or like each other, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we are agreeing that the process in the weekend must help us to address that question of mandate, neglect, representation, and so on. What needs to be reviewed in terms of how we have done work up to now and at that point. Do we think NKC is still most effective? Do we think that we need a different format on representation? But if we can deal with that issue, when we get to the meeting, we're not arguing about it, and we want to remove side issues and emotions here. We want to try and focus on the core issues. That, for me, is where I'd like you to kind of focus in your response. So let's open it up there. Thank you. Now I'm going to allow you to move in a row. You will start. We'll let everybody speak. We've allowed you to be quiet for too long, so we will go through. Everyone will speak. Put your mic on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chair, and for the questions and the uncertainties. I think we are well equipped to answer that questions, and I also welcome the fact that different people can answer different or clarify different areas. For me, I just want to start off mine, and I will only reflect on what you have asked. The rest can answer the others. And that is the 2011 that you also mentioned. After 2011, the next, according to your 5 years government cycle, it was due in 2016. What the government said, the department said at that moment in time, was that in 2016, the bill was almost enacted. That was what they told us, that the bill will at any time be enacted. So it's that the government cannot spend a lot of money going out to the different provinces, different geographical areas in the province to hold meetings, bring people to the meetings, spend a lot of money on that, and here's the bill that will become an act. So we rather don't do that. But then it was not enacted in the period running up 2011 to 2016. And at any time, and that's what they said to us. We were waiting, and they promised us the bill will be signed by the president. Just be a little bit patient. And it only happened in 2019. So that's the reason why there was not another. And then the bill was an act, and the NKSC met with the president to discuss the continuation of the NKSC, knowing that the main mandate was expired. But in the meantime, after the first mandate in Uppington, which only focused on recognition of leadership and communities, these other things came up, like cultural issues like the National Khoisan Heritage Route, like the biodiversity issues, the land issues, because they said to us in this negotiations with TKLA, land will not be discussed. So all these other issues came up, and we said to the president, the mandate must still be there to deal with those issues. But going further, the bill became an act in 2019, but the commission who was then appointed did not complete its work because the Khoisan people could not become part of the houses. They could not establish their own councils, the Khoisan councils, like the traditional councils, and etc. So for us, that was not the end of the road. And that is why we continued with the NKSC. And the president gave us that green light to do that after a meeting with him. Okay, the next one.
No, that's fine. I'll give them the space. Don't worry. Let's just follow one after the other. No, don't do a bilateral behind it. You go to be next.
Okay.
Now you add on and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Yeah. Proceed, please.
No, okay. No, thank you, Chairperson. I'm feeling so honored this day, to be present here. I hear words about who mandated you, who have you been consulted, what processes were followed. Now, I was born in 1967. Give me just a minute. 1967 born. In our house, I grew up as a Griqua. In our house and society, we never had a place. In school, where I went to school from sub-A till I completed my school career, I was sitting at the left back in the classroom. In the classroom, they called me Hot Knot Busman Korana. In the society, I never had a place as a child. Either if I go to community members in the Sotho side, or I go to the colored community, I never had a place or a position. When I completed my grade 12 studies, I knew that I am a Griqua because my father brought us up on the farm. During those times, there were people that are coming to our houses and structures that invite us to meetings. We went to meetings in kumbis and in buses. Then we went to churches where we sat under the tables and the elders were talking about our structure, our struggle, our land issues. So I grew up with the structure of being a Griqua community member. Today, I find it a little bit strange because there's a season in life. If you've never been part of that historical season, you can't come and claim the victories and say, who have consulted and who not consulted. So during the growing up path, I grew up in that process where I saw today I'm in Parliament. I always thought this will be a myth. It will never happen that I'm here. My father always told us that we had the oldest money in the country. We've produced that money in 2016 and it was printed based on this work and these meetings that I went through every day. There was processes in our elders. When they hold meetings in Kimberley, when they hold meetings in Cape Town, when they hold meetings in Gauteng, we were driving by those kumbis and then our parents were giving inputs and feedback to what they want. The same matters that we talk in the political structure, we talk about club town resolutions and those are the things that our parents were doing. Today I'm what I am because what I've listened, what they were doing. The consultative process in 2003, a National Khoi Consultative Council has been established in South Africa. That council was established with a pure understanding, community mobilization. There was an NKSC, but the council was a community mobilization. Chairperson, what's happening today is the same that have happened in later the years, in 2015, 2016, where they came and demolished the Khoi consultative structure. Because it was NKSC, the consultative structure, we have 12 resolutions for community participation. Then the same people that are speaking today demolished those structures and defeated it and destroyed it to building up to our picture to be one united organization. There was meetings that I was so angry at some stages where Mr. Lafleur and so on, they called the Griquas together. I know the Griquas will come to Cape Town. I know the Koranas will go to Kimberley. I know the others will go to Eastern Cape. Then our parents, we must give them letters of mandates to say, this is what you're going to discuss during. Now, is that not consultation? What smart word is this about consultation? So we grew up this thing. The myth that we said was Chairperson. It is people who joined the wagon at a later stage. And they must acknowledge. They came in, you know what I like about the club down resolutions and the ANC structures or political structures where they say, if you join a structure, you join the structure with a purpose to learn from the structure and build the structure. Now I'm sitting at a portfolio committee, ma'am, that I never knew what is their purpose. Now I'm getting confused. What is your purpose as a portfolio committee? I thought you are going to formalize my policies and make it better for me to say, don't let my children die tomorrow with the same problem that we are having. So there was a lot of consultations, and I can testify to it. I've been elected and come into the structures because following this history path. Only problem that you have in the Khoi and San is people don't do their research. People don't understand who they are. People don't respect the status quo report. People want to be leaders. People want to be traditional leaders. People want to be authority. People want to be superseding the other people. The time that they were calling us, you know, when we walk in the street, Chair, they will tell us we are colours. And then we say we are not colours. Then if they say you are Korana, then they laugh at you that you are Korana. The same people today are saying, now I want to be a Korana. So don't you think these people are mentally sick? They need to be supported, and a structure must assist them with research so that they can become what they want to become. We many a time say, go into your history and see where you're coming from so that we can support people. I've been sitting this morning at the airport. You know what did I do? I took a sad picture. I took a picture looking at the audience sitting there. There's one word, socio-economical sustainability for indigenous peoples of country. We can speak United Nations, DRIP, UN, DRIPS, IPEC. We can speak it what we want to speak. But if we are not a community and society together, and when we destroy this, South Africa will never be the same. That picture that I saw poverty on our community. Never, never. Go to a plane and go to an airport and see if you find us there. See if you find. And is there not a tear drop that you share over your tears and saying, but damn, in the democratic state of South Africa today, how can we do it to the indigenous peoples of the country, the first indigenous peoples?
Let's round up now.
So I'm rounding up. Participation, Chair. I'm so passionate. You see now how do you call it? There was one man who passed away, Dr. Langeveld. He said, we need spiritually and mentally to be rescued from the damage that we went through. And that trauma that we went through is deepened into our society. Let this portfolio committee not deepening it. Let us build a nation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, now we will do this. Yeah, I'm gonna start counting time so that we don't lose. We're gonna go to the next session just now.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity also to have an input in this committee. I just want to address two things. First of all, it is true that in the year 2001, there was a status quo report prepared by this department. That status quo report indicated only 5 groups of indigenous people in this country. And those 5 groups of people are today and since the inception of the NKSC represented on the council. So we must be very careful with these mushrooming people that stand up or get up in the morning and then they decide, I want to be a king today. And then they can't decide which type of king they want to be. Do they want to be a Greek one, a Korana, or whatever? And then they speak to someone and they get information and suddenly we have another king. So we must be very, very careful for these people who try to jump on the bandwagon only now without the requisite knowledge that we have. This institutional knowledge of 30 years cannot be bought. It cannot be given over to someone else. So we must be very, very careful in restructuring a body that has all of this information, all of this history, knows all of what happened during the last 30 years by people who only now come and say, wat het julle gedoen vir die laaste 30 jaar? We can prove what we've done. We can prove that we've done it without a single cent from this department or government. We can prove that we were on the forefront of getting a bill to be signed for the first time in history. For the first time in history, there is the acknowledgement that the Khoi and San people are part of this country. And it's only due, sir, to the National Khoi San Council. So be very, very careful in what you decide. We want to get rid of the NKSC. We don't like these people. They are corrupt people. Do a proper investigation. Do a proper investigation before you make stupid decisions that might affect the whole of the history of the current and next period of history of the Khoi San. Because we are not against expanding the NKSC as such. We're not against it. If we can get more representation there, if we can get more people to do the work in the NKSC, we will gladly do so. But don't do this on the basis of there are stories going around, and therefore we believe those stories, and therefore we must get rid of these people. It's just not true. And that is, in any case, not the adult way of doing things. Get your facts together before you make a very, very wrong decision. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's proceed. Thank
Yes,
you.
Chairperson, I want to allude.
We have timelines now, so I'll tell you when your time is up.
Yeah, before that, Chairperson, I remember I will now give feedback on the trust issue, not on the NKC issue.
You got 2 minutes for that, and then you can speak afterwards.
I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Khoi Rooibos Biodiversity Trust. I'm also the lead negotiator that negotiates with industries. First of all, before the trust was established and everything, we went to 6 provinces with the Department of Environment and Fishery and Fishery now. We went to 6 provinces, get communities together in Gauteng where you were. Your people, you yourself, you were there in El Dorado Park. Now you come today. I told you the last time, when you are a member of parliament...
No, wait.
Sorry.
You are talking to the chairperson, and address the chairperson, nothing direct and nothing personal. And if someone was there, then he was there. But you're telling that to the chairperson, no finger pointing.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. But you see, when people get make accusations, that's not true. But let me forget it. We went through public participation in all the 6 provinces with the Department of Fisheries. They've got a record, they've got a attendance register, they've got everything. And one of the persons today here, one of the MPs, were also there launching an PIA application to get info of the Rooibos Trust. He came there with his attorney, Advocate Brown. He was given everything by the minister and ourselves. We were sitting there. He kept quiet, he left there, he just disappeared into the country. En nou even een sudden, hij heeft die doodheid opgestaan. Chairperson, then after that public presentation, we established a trust. There's two trusts. There's a Khoi by Diversity Trust, this side, I'm the deputy chairperson. The other one is Mr. Low there, he's from the Sand side, he's the president of that trust. Now in this trust, we have a wagon wheel, just to clarify the booklet that you received, a wagon wheel. On the wagon wheel, I think it's 65% of the community get the most benefit. 20% is going to the trust, operational cost, 15% to the NKSC, 10% to each and every community of the 5 main groupings. Plus there's a 6th community, which is the Cederberg Belt community where the rooibos is harvested. And what we did, we kept that money for about 6-7 years because there was issues with the trust, with the founder member. We just recently, I think last year, get operational with a trust. So this money were lying there. And we said now, since last year, let us pay out the money. The first money that we paid out was in November, the 1st of November, that was 1 million rand to the Cederberg Belt community. The second money was to the Griqua and the Nama people. We're busy now, but with this process of paying out to help the minister and the deputy ministers, we established, there's 5 groupings. So we said, Griquas, the NKC will give you 250,000 rand. Get yourself together. We are not involved. All the Griquas in the country, get them into one room before we're paying out that money. So the Griquas went across the country, get all the leaders together in one room, elected a Griqua National Council. Get for us a bank account and a constitution and the operational plan. We paid that 1 million rand into that account. We went to the Namas, give them also 250,000, get all the Namas in the country together, form a Nama National Council. They did it. The Korana, which the 2 members I think here are part of, we give them 250,000 as well. But there were issues there. There was the one member do his own thing there, but that is internal issues. We don't want to say. So they did not conclude. So the only other community that we wait now is on the 7th of March is the Cape Khoi. So there's now, not only that we give money, we said to our people, come together as one. Speak as one voice. So that we eradicate these other people that just arise now. So now we said as Khoisan people, we've got money. We must not wait now for political parties or government to get us together. We are here. The NKC, for example, now if the portfolio committee or government want us there, they've got money in the trust. We'll pay for them. That is what we said. That is what we applaud the current government for that. Because was it not for the department or the government that assist us, for those people that for centuries use our knowledge, we should have get nothing. But now, as you said here, if you want us there, we can pay for ourselves. And for that, that's a victory. That's what we did, and with the help of government chairperson. That's why I want to to get clear. Yeah, just to get clear that if the chairperson wants to invite us as a trust, because I'm the deputy chair, but the other person, the trust member, is there, Mr. Low. On a separate occasion, we are gladly to give you financials, because our next meeting is in July, our AGM, to give financial statements to the entire Khoi and San people of the thing. The one thing that we want to allude here, because members are going there on Facebook and said family members are they are getting for the families. If you look at a Khoi Biodiversity Trust chairperson, I'm a member, I'm a Griqua, I'm part of the trust. A grouping of a person of my community apply. We talk about conflict of interest. Is the trust in itself, it's so complex because it cannot be conflict of interest. You are part of the community. And people, the main consultation now, what happens now is people are seeing money. There's money involved now. Now they want to be part. That's thank you, Chairperson.
No, wait. You are saying, therefore, that the trust must be called separately. That's fine. That's your point. Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clear this one, the 15%, 1.5% before I just briefly will summon up something. The 15% comes out of the 1.5%. The 1.5% is the whole percentage that was negotiated. So it's not a 1.5 for the community and 15 negotiated. So that 1.5% is the whole wheel of distribution. And then out of that comes the other percentages. That is how we then try to do. You understand what I'm saying, Chair? So it's not a 15 for us and whatever. So it's explained in that book. But also where it started with the Nagoya Protocol that compels the industry to abide by going to government, get permits. Before they can get the permits, they must abide by that Nagoya Protocol, which is worldwide and not just only applicable to South Africa. But we were the first. And I applaud the government for that and the Department DEF. We were the first that signed such an agreement on behalf of the indigenous people. So leave that, but this is my concern. We sit today in the NCOP for the first time in 30 years. We never had a chance to express ourselves, to bring our point of view, or to explain to you. So thank you, Chairperson, for that. But I have a problem with MPs, members of Parliament, that go into indigenous community, which I have worked for since 2009. I've been as a community member, and that MP go in there under the auspices of Kukta, telling people they're going to help them, and then smear and start a smear campaign against me. I got it on record, where I was told we are corrupt, and I'm here because I'm from Kukta. So I want this NCOP, this committee, to please just explain to me, how can I be ridiculed in my community through a MP that could tell people ek is 'n skelm. So it can't work for me. There must be a line drawn. Then we go out of our meetings like last week. Then we are told, the nation are told that they're fighting us. So I'm very scared of that meeting of this weekend. Because on that live was told, die mense lieg, how can they never, who will work for no money? Yeah. It is very disturbing to sit here and look in people's faces that are telling you, oh, we're all happy for the work, and then they go on live Facebook, on WhatsApp. The uninvited guest that came said, oh, this NKSC is corrupt. It caused such turmoil that I'm afraid for my life. So if they can stop, because I'm at the point of going to lay criminal charges against these MPs. Because they drag our names through the mud, and we have presented. But here, Mr. Chair, we are always in the seat. Is this a court of law or judge or whatever? We always have to explain. And we give the it's not this presentation was given by Dr. Ronaldo Bester in 2017 already, presented to Parliament. I've spoken to Sibongile, who's also in Kokta. One meeting we had, I've asked, why after all these years the NKSC doesn't even have a desk in Kokta that represent our issues? When we have meetings, it's only 2 members of Kokta that will attend to our flight details or whatever, just get them there. But there's never a record, there's never a backup. Then I speak to members of my community, Mr. Chair, then they will tell me, no, we've met with Sibongile, and we know everything that's happened. So it's a constant play-off between departments, between officials, and then we come in and we must take the rap. I'm tired of it, Chair. So I want to ask today that this committee will tend to also, the atrocities that commit to us as people on our human rights side from MPs that slander us all the time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You've got 2 minutes each, and then we close the meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I won't repeat what has been said. I think my colleagues covered some of the stuff adequately. Chairperson, I just want to reiterate. The other day when we had a meeting, I raised the issue and I raised the concerns. And I raised the misunderstandings. And I want to reiterate it here because other members of Parliament were not here, were not in that meeting. We do not receive funding from government. We don't have a bank account. We're an ad hoc committee. So I don't account to you. I'm putting it straight forward to you now. Tell me, on what basis, in terms of what law, do we account to you? The money that you spend to bring us to meetings, that money comes from from COCTA, from the department. Here today, 2 members of the NKSC were paid for by this portfolio committee. 5 of us were paid for by the department, which means the committee can't even pay for us to come here, but you want us to come account for what? So we don't account.
You're talking to the chairperson.
The chairperson, yes, chairperson. I didn't mention anybody.
But,
Chairperson, yes.
me and you.
Yes. If I look this way, then maybe the mic. That's why I'm worried. Thank you, chairperson. So therefore, we don't account to this committee. We're an ad hoc committee. Until such a time that we get the budget, chairperson. Until such a time that we use taxpayers' money. So if this committee wants to play oversight in terms of money that has been given to us for accommodation and flights, etc., then I think COCTA must respond to that. You can ask COCTA to do an investigation. You can do a forensic investigation. Go back 30 years. Let them give you information as to what they've spent in terms of accommodation, traveling, allowances, etc. So that's that part. I just want to clear that again. This committee cannot tell us to disband. On what basis? How do you tell an ad hoc committee to disband? You can't. This committee cannot tell us to expend. You cannot. We decide where we want to expend. We decide where we want to disband. If there's other committees, other people that want to be part of a process, they can go and register or come together and form an ad hoc committee or form a council or a committee. Minister in Quinty, a few years ago, did exactly the same thing. This meeting is taking place over the weekend. He did exactly the same thing. He called us together. We had a meeting, the NKC, and those that say they are not represented. They then, at that meeting, formed 5 from each province. 9 times 5 is 45 members. And they call it NAREG. It was called the National Reference Group. And then they said the NKC can't be part of that. We can only have 1 representative. We then decided we don't want to be part of it. They can go ahead. We warned the minister that you bring in these people, you don't know them, things are going to go wrong. He gave land and whatever to people. I think you must do a forensic investigation as to what happened there. He had egg on his face and things. The same thing will happen here. So we're just warning you. The last thing is that the rooibos issue and the biodiversity issue, Chairperson, with all due respect, is not for this committee, Chairperson. There's a committee there. Before it was the Department of Minister Barbara Creasy. They are responsible for that. There's a minister, there's a portfolio committee there, there's a DG there. That rooibos trust must be called there. And if individual members of this committee also serves on that committee, then it's fine, they can then ask for that. But the trust cannot come here and report it. So out of courtesy, Honorable Chairperson, we have done this to come here knowing that we don't even have to come here and report to you, knowing that we don't have to talk about biodiversity and rooibos trust and funds here, but out of courtesy and out of respect, we came here because we got nothing to hide, Chairperson. Finally, Chairperson, if there's anyone of you or any member that feel that any one of us are corrupt, whether it's through rooibos or biodiversity or through whatever, please, I ask you today to do a forensic investigation on that individual or individuals. And then you'll get the answers. And then you'll see what will happen. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Let's get the last comment.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members. Yeah, I'm a little bit...
If you are covered, don't worry.
I don't know. Yeah, a body can't be divided against himself. So yeah, Chairperson, if someone who say or claim that he or she is a Khoi son and ask questions, who give you the mandate? Then I'm worried. You must tell us saying, waar was jy? So nou ek raak bekommerd as iemand vra wie het jou gegee, dan moet ek vra waar was jy? where were you? Jy kan nie vra wie gee jou die mandaat nie. Dan as ek wil kom, I'm not talking about Johnny come late and these kind of things. No, Chairperson, I'm a little bit worried. So my concern is, and I would like to thank Coxta, whoever, who helped this NKC by bringing them together. Not only the NKC, they didn't give them money, but they worked hand in hand with the NKC to bring all the Khoi and San people together. Kimberley 1, Kimberley 2, Kimberley 3. What did we do? Same people who are accusing now these people was fighting them there. Even they're fighting the government. Nothing will come or will be worked out for us if we have this kind of attitude. And I'm grateful even for the two members who try to bring us down here so that we can talk things out. And I'm not against them. But if we don't know something, you need to ask for clarity before accusing or say something that is not right. And it's not, for me, it's not fair to sit here and hear you give us a bill or something. That's nothing. When it's an act, you need still, even if the president was signing it, you still need to test that act in the court. See if all things are working in that document for us. You can go out. All the acts that were signed by the president, they are being tested by other people. They decline it. So what I'm trying to say is, at least we bring something to the table. And not all of us, Chairperson, are sitting on this NKC for 30 years. Then I will be very old. I'm not here for 30 years. So there was a lot of changes on the NKC, Chairperson. And I'm looking forward for the minister for this weekend. And I hope that we will find the way forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, and because the matters have been a little hot, I thought the members must be allowed to speak. But we have to close at this point, unfortunately. I'm going to ask Minister just for a couple of minutes, and then I'll also just round up so that we can close. We have a session in the next 15 minutes. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I want to conclude by saying one is looking forward to the weekend, that we find a way forward to get the matters of the Khoi and San engaged effectively in an all-inclusive manner. We are not there to determine the fate of the NKC. It was not formed out of us. It is a process on its own, but an all-inclusive umbrella to discuss the issues of the Khoi and San and find a common ground going forward is key. And I do want, Chair, to appeal to all involved. We have a limited number that we requested to be part of the discussion. Because if it can be everybody, we can't make a progress. 5 people are enough to express a view of a group. You don't need to bring 100 people to express what can be expressed by 5 members, because at the end of the day, we are dealing with ideas, views, strategies. How can we take the matters of the Khoi and San forward? It will assist the Khoi and San community to speak with one voice so that their issues can be attended directly by the government. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Just in support of what you're saying, the Constitution of 1910, in the formation of the Union of South Africa, was negotiated by 41 people. You don't necessarily need large numbers. You need people who are going to focus. So that's one issue. Let me also say to the members of the NKC, thank you for making yourself available. And thank you very much for making yourself available for presenting to the committee. The fact that you are dealing with Khoi San matters is the reason why we asked you. The reason why we asked you is because these matters have been raised in the portfolio committee, and we believe they need to be given attention, and that's why you are here. Now, I don't think we must hold on to a view that the committee has got no authority of getting you to come into this meeting. It's not correct. However, the issue that brought us here was basically to say, let's clear a number of issues and try and give a way for a process that will allow us to focus on the issues of the Khoi San people. The issues of the Rooibos Trust, I think you've clarified. Of course, particularly the fact that you have got different structures. It's not the same thing. I received it from yourselves. So if you say that that's how the issue is structured, that's not the issue. The main thing is that it's information we needed. And now that you have given us that information, we're quite comfortable with that. We will obviously debate a number of issues here. Now, we must leave you the space to debate where you've got different views, but I'd like to join the minister in the plea that it's not just 30 years that these matters have been given attention to. Over a long time, these matters should have been given attention. When we discussed it, we are all about the decolonization. We are all about trying to, rectify the injustices of the past. And the Khoi and the San community were actually at the center of those struggles. And therefore, we need to actually listen to each other and try and find a way of solving these problems. Because of that, we support the minister's initiative of getting this meeting on the weekend. That meeting, we would like it not to focus on petty differences. It must focus on the major issue of how we deal with the recognition of the community, how we deal with the various rights. And again, we'll talk about the rights even if we're not the only department. In the last meeting, I did say that when it comes to land rights, there are other departments. When it comes to mining rights, there are another department. When it comes to issues of biodiversity, cultural, language, and so on, it's different departments. That's not the point. The point is that we need to be together to say, how do we deal with these issues? And I want to urge the members here, you can differ on a number of issues. And let me just say up front, we did talk about this issue with Honorable Taibosh. Where there is basis for any accusation, then there are ways of how we go about it. Firstly, we can send the letters, which we can process as a committee, or the minister, or the police, and so on. So we will not be in the space of taking a view as a committee based on what views people might have, unless we've got something concrete and substantive to say to you, this is it. So I'd like you to differentiate, because what is playing on between the members here and Honorable Taibosh or maybe Honorable Van Wyk are issues that are based on the dynamics that are part of these matters in the community. We need to separate that. The committee here is about wanting to know what you have been up to, what you've been doing over the years, what are the challenges, how can we work together on pulling these issues of the Khoi San community together as we move forward. That's really where we're interested. We won't be able to stop the rest of the discussion. Now, the honorable member, maybe we'll need to find a way, if there something that is concrete, that will have to be brought to our attention. If it's the politicking out there, then of course we'll deal with that differently. But if it's an issue that needs to be dealt with by the committee, we can deal with it that way. The honorable member, as we have indicated, and all the members have the right to go and discuss, but they have to take responsibility for their utterances as well. What the position of the committee is that we wanted you as NKC, but you as leaders in the Khoi San community, and the members here as members of the leadership, public representatives, and members of the Khoisan community, there's an issue for us here that unites all of us. How do you deal with the issue of the recognition of the Khoisan community on the one side? How do you deal with the issues of the rights of the Khoisan community? We can deal with those issues without fighting. And that's what we're pleading for. We need a unity of spirit as we move into this direction. That's really what I think for us is the most important thing. Having said so then, honorable members, I want to say thank you for the discussion. And at this point, we've got to bring this meeting to the closure, because there are many other issues that we have to deal with. So next week there will be a meeting on the 18th. We'll update each other so that we can see how we can take the matters that are outstanding. Honorable members, with all of that, thank you very much, and this meeting is adjourned. Please enjoy the afternoon. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
I'll send on to them.
Sure.